Hello there and welcome to the Bitcoin Takeover podcast. This is season 17, episode 31. This episode is sponsored by Orangerock and Layer 2 Labs, Cake Wallet, and SiteShift.ai, and we are live with Alex Waltz, the documentary maker who broke the news last week about a research that he did about the first Bitcoin miner. He bought the domain, which is 1stbitcoinminer.com, where you can see his work. His name is Alex Waltz. He's here to talk about his work as a Bitcoin historian, as well as a filmmaker, documentary maker, advertisement maker for Liana Wallet, I guess. And yeah, he's also a fellow Romanian. Hi, Alex.
Hello, Vlad. Thank you for having me. Yeah, well, I do make commercials, though. I mean, I've made more commercials than just the Liana one, but I think that's the most known one. I have a few that are going to be released next month with my other movie, which is called How to Install Bitcoin Core. But yeah, thanks for having me on, and thanks for the introduction.
And we just got like a hint about your next project.
Yes, well, in all fairness, I do, at the end of the video, at the end of the first Bitcoin miner video, you can definitely see I'm shilling it there a bit. And I'm also looking for sponsorship. So if everyone is hearing, if everyone is listening, hit me up,
So can you give more details? Is it just about installing Bitcoin Core, or does it have a plot, a twist, and all the elements of an artistic movie?
Well, absolutely. I could absolutely give more details. So the thing is, like, this follows a fictionalized version of myself that tries to install Bitcoin Core for the first time. And then I get to the point where I have to verify the PGP keys. And because I'm just so autistic and retarded, which this is true to life, this part at least, I decide, you know what, when I verify the PGP key and I see the signatures of those people, I go around the world and I travel around the world and I find them to look at the PGP, because that's the 100% way you could be sure about it. And I track down MZ and the Shores Provost. I'm sure your audience is familiar with both of these guys. And I verified the PGP keys, and it's actually, there's a part where it functions like a actually bona fide tutorial. I mean, everything is real and you can follow it, but it's just in my own style and whatever. And it will be more narrative, because this video so far, this one is more like it's just a fancy talking head, the video with first Bitcoin miner. But this one absolutely is more like, narrative, and there's actions and stuff like that. So yeah,
It sounds exciting, at least for me, because I'm a nerd, but I know that there are a bunch of people out there who, on one hand, they will say, I don't care about nerd stuff, and on the other hand, you're gonna have people saying, why didn't you make it how to run Nonce,
Well, first of all, I just do not live my life based on what other people think, to give the arrogant version. But you know what? Well, and also, like, serious talk though, this is my art, man. When I make art, I'm saying this is how I feel about this subject. There's no room for anyone else's interpretation or opinion in how I see the world. If I look and I see a woman on the street and I say, man, she has great tits, man, that girl is so lovely and so beautiful. There's no reason, there's no way anyone else could have an opinion where there's no room for anyone's opinion. So that's why I never really think about it. I'm the singular audience member that I care about, and I know I have great taste, and I know what I like, because it's my own taste. On the part with like technical stuff and whatever, well, first of all, I just don't believe there's such thing as technical and non-technical knowledge. And seriously right now, if you actually are very serious about anything, it could be music, it could be dildos, it could be anything. If you're serious, you will become technical about it, because technical just means you're getting down to the details. Like we were having earlier a conversation about the difference between Flax and the 320 kilobits MP3s. Well, it's not that you're technical or not technical, it's just you cared about it. The technicality has nothing to do with it. It's like you care about it. So that's how I feel like this is the clearest definition of this stuff. And also the last thing is, like, people don't get excited about what you say or what you do. People always get excited because you're excited. And I'm just so excited about this stuff, so I'm not gonna worry about it. I'll just do that thing, and again, see in the history books,
Oh, you're very optimistic about the history books. But yeah, I sort of agree with you. I think art is, or it should be done for the sake of it and not for an audience. Once you succumb to the will of an audience, you're no longer an artist. You're more like a producer of stuff. You're like a salesman that creates something for specifically the will of your customers or whatever. And I also do my podcast for the sake of it. Like, the reason why I started it is that I was curious to talk with people and learn more about Bitcoin. 7.5 years later, I'm still not done with it. I'm still learning. I feel like I've also learned from your research, which once again is called First Bitcoin Miner. It's actually a website, but it's also on your Twitter page. It's also interesting that you have been away from the discussions on Twitter and everything else for a year or something, and then you just made your big comeback and you said, hey, I came back and this is what I have. And it took you a few months to research. I know because I spent some time on your website. It took you a few months to research, to put together everything, to film it, to edit everything, because I know it takes a lot of work with that kind of stuff. And the result is nothing short of impressive, to be honest. Like, I'm proud that I met you in 2019 in that bar in Berlin, and you came up to me and you said, hey.
My God, I was so annoying and drunk back then. I remember it.
No, it was great.
Well, thank you. Thank you, and I'm very happy that you liked it. But was the Red Hot Chili Peppers song, go and ask the dust for many answers, come back strong with 50 billion dancers. That's what I said I'm gonna do. But I was absent. I definitely was absent because it took 5 months to do the research and then another 5 to film it. And then after it was filmed, there was also like 2 more months just getting things ready. It literally is like when I started the research, I almost launched the video almost to the day of when I actually started working on the article. So yeah.
Let's talk about the research itself. I know that you are, in my book, one of the top 2 or 3 Bitcoin historians around.
Thank you. No,
you're the best, okay? For the sake of this interview.
Well, it's not for the sake of this interview, but I just think this is objectively true. Like, besides Sergio's research, which I clearly built upon and whatever. So
that's Sergio Damian Lerner, by the way.
Yeah,
he was on the podcast twice. Check him out.
I know.
He's very smart.
No, I looked at those things when I was researching. I'm very well aware. I saw everything that's with him online, of course. Again, he's a fucking genius for coming up with that stuff. So besides that piece on Patoshi, if you can name any other writing of any kind that unveiled something new, I'm listening. I couldn't find anyone on the internet, anything on the internet.
For a group of people who like to say don't trust, verify, there's a lot of trust involved and a lot of narratives that people just take for granted. They don't actually look on something that's out there, which is the public blockchain. And we got to talk about this because Bitcoin launched on the 3rd of January of 2009. It was announced on the cryptography mailing list, which is called MetsDAO, on 31st of October of 2008. But prior to that, Satoshi emailed some people. I outlined some of this stuff, so I actually put in the YouTube description the comic book that I did last year, which is called Bitcoin Year 1, and documents these events. You can take a look. I think it's quite nice. It's not as...
if I remember correctly, I looked at it, and I remember seeing the tweet, and I think we even talked on Twitter very briefly when you announced it. I don't remember if I saw it when you launched or something, but yeah. Actually, I think you may have even offered to send it one to me, and I'm very like, I'm not gonna give him my address and stuff like that. So
sounds a lot like myself. When I release a magazine or something, I just want it in everyone's hands. I want everyone to own one. And yeah, unfortunately, I didn't send you one yet. But what I'm trying to say is that we had this series of events, and Satoshi, during the first 100-something blocks, I think you know better the exact number, halted the network a few times, which means that he did not want to be the only miner. He was waiting for someone else to join in. And the common wisdom tells us that Hal Finney was the second node. And by node, it means, just like in the white paper, mining node on the network. But there's also the conversation about the fact that initially, mining was disabled by default in the client that you're downloading, because maybe at the time there were concerns that someone's not gonna trust it and think that they installed malware or something. So for these reasons, you had to consciously turn on mining on the software. And you do believe in your research that it was actually Dustin Trammell, is that how you pronounce his last name,
I
who
believe so.
who was actually the second person to be active and mine Bitcoin blocks before Hal Finney.
No, I don't think so. That I think it's actually quite the other way around. Well, first of all, I mean, this is great because this means you're probably one of the very few people on the surface of the planet who actually are quite familiar with all this stuff. We're intimately familiar anyway, so that's great. But no, so you are very right in what you said. That initially Satoshi launches this thing, and then I'm sure it's somewhat common knowledge that he contacts Hal because at some point, everyone saw some emails or something from somewhere. And then we all presume because there's a running Bitcoin tweet that, hey, he must be the second guy because he talked with Satoshi, was one of the first guys. He was even talking with Satoshi before the launch when he launched the white paper at the end of 2008. So he must be the second guy. It makes sense. And the thing is, like, I just couldn't find any I couldn't find any proof. I was like, but I want some proof for this, actual proof. So regarding to the second point you made about Dustin Trammell. So Dustin Trammell, for the people who don't know him, though he's fairly, I could think you could say he's fairly new in the Bitcoin community. He's a Bitcoin VC, and he was also very early into Bitcoin, you know. And he actually tweeted at some point, and he said that he may have actually beaten Hal, because he actually when he claimed this, he also submitted 2 proofs in a tweet, which they're included in the article, of course. Everything I'm going to talk about is included in the article, by the way, and everything is sourced. So if something feels like it doesn't make sense or whatever, just go and check it there and what. And again, if you find any mistakes, please do correct me because I'm more than happy to correct them, and I'll write on the website who made the correction and cite you. Yeah, so Dustin was also one of the first people to use Bitcoin, and when he made this claim, he posted the 2 proofs on Twitter. He posted a signature. He signed a message and posted the signature that he mined from the address that mined a block. And he posted 2 of them. One was from block 78 and one was from block 309. The one from block 309, that block is actually right now in our chain and we built on it. So we can say with 100% mathematical accuracy that Dustin Trammell does indeed have access to the private key that belongs to the address that mined public key to that block 309. So there's no debating that. We couldn't be more sure of that. Of course, if you want to be, pedantic and whatever, which I quite enjoy doing, you could say like, well, what if he got the key from someone else? Sure, but as far as this is concerned. But then he also posted block 78, and this relates to exactly what you said earlier, which is extremely relevant. He apparently also he actually tried it earlier and tried to mine block 78, but he also does mention there's a podcast he did with Stefan Livera, which was very relevant for the research. And he does mention there exactly what you said, that he knew that the Bitcoin client had the mining turned off by default. Because again, like it would probably like all the reasons you mentioned, but also it would just take out all the resources of your computer. You would not be able to use it for anything else. Remember, this was 2009, right? And then also, like, there was this bug that was going on with the first version of the Bitcoin, which is also what we see in the correspondence with Satoshi and whatever, and what I looked at here. So the bug was this: your node would connect to the network, it would start mining, but it was unable to broadcast the blocks to the other nodes. So it would be present on the network, but it couldn't talk back it would listen to the network, but it couldn't talk back to the network, So that's kind of what happened with Dustin Trammell and whatever.
Yeah, it's really interesting because in the beginning, first of all, we take this Satoshi alien AI time traveler story for granted sometimes, and we're like, oh, this was such a genius, this person figured out something and he's like a god and whatever. First of all, Satoshi, when he sent emails over the summer of 2008, he was mostly ignored. Like, Adam Back didn't give a shit about his work. He didn't care about Bitcoin until 2013 when the price went up. Secondly, I think there were other people involved that received emails. It was Wei Dai, and I don't think Wei Dai, at least to our knowledge, joined Bitcoin or mined it or whatever. He did not participate in any conversation. He also contacted this mailing list, which is called Metzdaude. It was used for cryptography. Actually, I'm trying to get Perry Metzger, the maintainer of that mailing list, to join my podcast, and we got pretty close to a couple of times we got pretty close to recording something, but I don't know, he just disappears and then he doesn't answer for a few months, and then I sort of try to restart it.
That's how women. That's my experience with women, also, by the way.
Oh, you contacted Perry Metz?
No, I made a joke. I said that's the same experience I have with women, as they don't talk.
Oh,
to me.
you
I'm
said
sorry.
women. Okay.
I'm sorry. That was such a dumb thing to interject. I'm sorry. I
It's fine.
interrupted.
It's fine. We have the same struggles. So my point is that Satoshi was very much laughed at and ignored on the cryptography mailing list. I actually wrote some of the most interesting responses that he got, and some of them were like from very serious, like gray-haired engineers who are there on the mailing list. They have been working on, or at least trying to do something similar prior to Satoshi, to create like, oh, I think the holy grail for Cypherpunk for cypherpunks was to create decentralized Zcash. And some of the people who responded to this were guys who are very much acquainted to this concept, so they knew exactly what this should have. The first answer that Satoshi got was from this guy named James A. Donald, and he said this doesn't scale. And I think to this day it's one of the most honest and revealing analysis of Bitcoin. Like very early on, maybe a day or two after looking at the paper, he was like, it doesn't scale, and he was very right. It really doesn't scale so well. He predicted the scaling debate that would come like a decade later. And then it was also a couple of other guys, but there was another one, I'm trying to remember his name right now, but he also contributed, Ray Dillinger, Dillinger. He also contributed to the code review. And something that Bitcoiners are not really aware of is that there was a November 2008 version of Bitcoin that was sent to these people for review. It was sent to Hal Finney because he was actually, I think, on the 2nd or 3rd of November. He was the first person to say something nice about Bitcoin on that mailing list, and was like, oh, this could be interesting. It's a good idea. Let's give it a try. Before that, he sort of got slammed. I think Zuka was there on the same day, and basically he reposted, or the equivalent of a repost on that forum, and said, you cannot talk monetary policy here because so the story is that the cryptography mailing list was made for the purpose of forking from the Cypherpunk mailing list. On the Cypherpunk mailing list, they were talking about politics and trying to overthrow the government with cryptography. On the cryptography mailing list, it was mostly academic, and it was more about how to build cool tech. So some comment from Satoshi was considered to be a bit political, and someone said to Satoshi, well, you shouldn't talk politics here because we have a rule. And Zuko basically sent him a message and said, hey, you can talk politics on the Cypherpunk mailing list, which you can also join, where I'm a maintainer and whatever. A couple of months later, Zuko also became the first person to write a blog post about Bitcoin when it launched, and that one was posted on the website bitcoin.org as a reference. So there were all of these cypherpunks that contributed in one way or the other to reviewing an early phase of the network, but it was just Hal Finney and Dustin Trammell, of all people, who actually mined, at least that we know of. And I find it very curious because I think it was in 2016 or 17 that this guy Ray Dillinger posted on LinkedIn that he didn't know what he really got himself involved in, but his perception of Satoshi was that he was just like one of his university students who needed guidance, and was like this young person who was trying to launch something different, and he saw that there's no ulterior motive. Like, Satoshi didn't do this for the money. He didn't do it for making himself rich or famous or whatever, and that was his perception of Satoshi, that everything that he was asking and he was receiving was genuine. His interest was not motivated by getting rich or winning the Nobel Prize in economics or whatever. So once again, my comment after this long bracket of references and names and whatever is that we don't know anything about these other cypherpunks who reviewed an early version of Bitcoin, whether or not they mined. We just know about Hal Finney and we know about Dustin Trammell. And what happened afterwards, like Greg Maxwell is gonna pretend that he was also one of the first miners. I'm not so sure about that, but
I've never heard that, but okay.
because Greg Maxwell said, so
I'm
there's
pretty
this.
certain that is inaccurate because I kind of know exactly when. I mean, you can see when he kind of came along and came to Bitcoin, unless he was doing it in secret and whatever. Yeah, but I thought that is actually. I've never seen anything. I could be wrong though. I don't have a perfect omniscient recollection of the internet, but I'd be very surprised to find out that he ever claimed he was one of the first miners. Very surprised.
Well, there is the forum post by Sergio Damian Lerner on Bitcoin Talk. I think this was 2013 with the Patoshi research. The reactions to it were, first of all, people saying you shouldn't do that. Don't look at the blockchain because you're gonna destroy the privacy.
I'm sorry, but that's orthogonal to the point of Gregory Maxwell claiming that he was the first miner.
Oh yeah, but no, he didn't say he was the first miner. But he did
Right.
say that some of the UTXOs that are considered to be Satoshis in the research belong to him and other people who mined early on. Like maybe
Right, but 1 second, Vlad. You stated very clearly that you said that you think Gregory Maxwell also claimed to be one of the first miners. He never claimed that. Like Gregory Maxwell came on way later. Now the criticism that they were bringing on to Sergio's research and whatever, they were saying that after a certain number of time you just get more people on the network that are going to be there, so because there's more noise and whatever, you're going to have it's just possible that you have just more noise and you have these patterns emerging more and more. Now I'm not necessarily agreeing with that, then we can get into the reasons why that's not the case, and there's also like visual cues that you can see and look why I don't think that's necessarily true. However, the point still stands that there is a lot of noise and a lot of weird things could happen. But the thing is, like they're talking about way later when there were way more people on the network. And to address your other point of like, well, how come we don't know the other people didn't mind? Well, first of all, the Ray Dillinger and all these guys, I mean, there's not a single person that's any trace on the internet that, or they revealed any private correspondence afterwards that had any, like even the slightest positive attitude towards Bitcoin. So that's why they didn't probably mind. That's the first thing. I mean, there were quite a few other things to address. So I think that the chance of all those people, other people mining. Now, the other reason why I'm so certain there weren't other people there is because when Hal Finney tried to run Bitcoin for the first time, and this is really the first thing that I came into the research and whatever, is that he actually, Bitcoin didn't work for him because there was this bug that no one was aware of, and that's what they spent the last few days up until he makes the tweet running Bitcoin and whatever from the launch. There was this bug which I mentioned previously. You couldn't broadcast blocks and it wouldn't work. But Hal had even a different problem before this. His node crashed, and when his node crashed, he took the debug.log file, which is the I mean, I'm sure your audience is familiar, so I don't probably need to explain this. But anyway, so now I have this debug log file that says what the node does and what is the state of the node. And back then in 2009, the way the Bitcoin node would find peers, it would connect to a Bitcoin IRC channel, which was hard coded. It was hashtag Bitcoin. And then in this IRC channel, it would start talking with other nodes and finding other nodes. And in this debug file, which Hal uploaded on SourceForge, which is still downloadable today from the web archive, we can look at it and we can know without any trace of a doubt, unless, we presume again, Hal Finney finagled the debug file or whatever. We can see there were two nodes present when Hal joined. One was an operator of the channel. It was a ClearNet IP, clearly sane to presume it was Satoshi, because who would be the operator of the channel? And I'm not the first person to notice that it was ClearNet IP. There are other people who have done this also. And then the other thing was a Tor node, which I conclude afterwards it was Satoshi, which we can go into, and I'm more than happy to explain why. But I just don't think. I think that first of all, there's social evidence that shows there was no intention or any no one was impressed with Bitcoin. And then there's just no clue to point in any of this direction, right? Like there's stuff that we can, and even more so, speaking of Patoshi pattern and whatever, which also is a big part of the research. So Sergio looks at the external's data and he sees these groupings, and you can say, well, this looks like it's one single node. What I found that no one else talked about before is that also when people have mentioned that there's big time gap between blocks. I'm not the first one, but I'm the first person to ever notice that every time there's a nonce reset there, and the extra and the pattern, the Patoshi has a new third like pattern and whatever, there's also a big time gap in the block, right? So the fact that there's 24 hours between blocks and 8 hours, and then other smaller ones 40 and whatever, which they're statistically sound, but there's too many of them to just be a coincidence. And we can even get into math of that if you wanted the distributions and whatever. But like the chances of someone of the other people ever mining there, I think they're very small, because if someone would have been there to mine, any computer from that time, even a lazy computer, would have absolutely found a way to produce a block for 24 hours, unless they were the only person on the network, because you needed two nodes you needed to have a connection with one node back then so you can mine. So I'm highly skeptical of that, extremely skeptical, I would say.
Okay, so you can say a lot of stuff about me. You can say that I'm a
Well, I didn't say
shitcoiner.
anything about you.
I'm saying this about the audience. Okay, so you can say that I'm a shitcoiner. You can say that I'm weird or something, but I have very good memory and I'm always honest when I say something. I found this forum post from April 14 of 2013, which I put on the screen. I can send it to you on Telegram if you want, because that's easy for you to find. It's from Greg Maxwell. So let me send this. If he
claims he was one of the first miners, I'm gonna lose my shit online here.
He does say.
Okay.
So
losing my shit.
So there's this claim that gets quoted from Sergio Lerner. He says Satoshi mined almost alone from the 3rd of January 2009 to the 25th of January 2010, from block 0 to block 36,288. And Greg Maxwell replies, he did not. I mined during that time. So did many other people I've talked to. As you're probably aware, the original software mined very slowly, and contemporary hardware was slow. Heck, even a fairly current machine with state-of-the-art software can just barely do enough hash rate for difficulty 1. And God, before more handout requests come, Bitcoin was worthless then. The software was annoying Windows GUI only. I ran it on Wine plus VNC server, and I didn't keep my original wallet. It's nice when bad arguments are so easily falsified. So basically,
what are you talking? What the fuck are you talking about, dude? The period is from 2009 until 2010. I'm talking about the first 170 blocks. I'm talking the first
okay,
days.
But
so I was like,
it's still related to the Patoshi research.
It is, but I'm sorry. I feel like you said that he claimed he was one of the first miners. He never claimed. He just said he was one of them. He mining the first year of Bitcoin, which I think that's more than reasonable to believe. And I think there's other traces online and whatever which could prove this and whatnot. But once again, you literally said that he claimed that. I was just surprised because I looked and I read every forum post and whatever, and I just never saw anyone claim that.
I guess we have different definitions for one of the first, but at the same time, you know.
Well, one second. There's no definitions from one of the first. The first is the first. If there's no one in the room here and it's empty, and we're talking about who is the first or one of the first, well, it's either the first, the second, or maybe the first 5. But like when you're talking about a year afterwards, I mean, it's in 2010 there were a lot of people mining. I'm not saying there were like probably there were even less than 1,000 people or something. I mean, we'll never know. But there's no way this relates to the first in any way. I'm sorry, but you did claim very, very precisely, and I
said one of the first. But my point is that he's trying to invalidate the research of Sergio and say that it's bogus, that he made up his methodology and it's untrue that he mined all of these blocks, which means that Satoshi doesn't own the 1 million Bitcoin, which is presumed in common wisdom.
Well, first of all, I think that's absurd because maybe he doesn't mind he doesn't have the 1 million whatever, but he has more than that. And also, like, you have to understand, here's another thing. This is dated 14th of April 2013. If you go on Sergio's blog and you read all this stuff, this is the first most primitive version of the Patoshi analysis that he did. And if you look afterwards, I think there's the latest one is from 2016 or 2020. He actually finds even more interesting patterns and whatever, because you can look at the nonce range that he searches, and he doesn't, not only that the extra nonce has a weird particularity thing, but also the nonces in which he searches, they're a bit like lower. So there's even more peculiarity there, and it's very likely Satoshi was using other hardware. So, and I don't know if Gregory Maxwell commented on that. And again, I'm not like here to like defend Gregory Maxwell or something, but I feel like I'm just trying to point out that I don't think there's anything wrong with saying like, oh, I don't know if this is true necessarily, and there may be noise here. But again, this was the first and the most primitive version of the pattern, and Sergio added way more clarification. And you said you're glowing slightly, if I may say so. Like, aha, I have good memory. It's like, what do you mean I have good memory? There's no first. There's no first. You said first, Vlad. You said
no,
first.
I said one of the first. I guess you misheard.
I'm sorry. Okay, you said
one of the first can be one of the first 100.
What are we talking about? If my grandma would have wheels, she would be a fucking bike. What are you talking about, dude? Dude, I'm talking about the first Bitcoin miner. I'm talking about, come on, Vlad. What are you talking about, dude? Dude, one of the first 100.
No, this was on the topic of the Patoshi research, because you have great respect for it, and there's this other guy who's very respected by Bitcoiners.
It's scientific, though. The one thing you cannot deny, by the way, first of all, you can't deny what's on the blockchain. That is undeniable. There's just no one can deny it. And then there's the fact that you can look in the code and you can see there are some weird bugs, and that's why we have the Patoshi pattern. So just, again, there's nothing anyone can deny or whatever. So and the fact that Sergio saw these things, I'm like, dear God, crazy to see those things, right? And to be so creative to look there. So that's why I look at it. But again, I'm also just trying to be like, I mean, I feel like you have to be pedantic about those things. You have to be precise, because that's kind of like what the whole point of this is, to be very precise with the language and all this stuff and the numbers, you know. But yeah. Anyway, I don't know what the fuck happened after 100 blocks or whatever. I just know that I'm looking at the first 170 blocks because I'm interested in the very first people after Satoshi. So I just know what I know. I did a lot of research, and I think I have looked at anything that ever is available, and I also came up with a few other things here that no one saw or noticed before. So I just had to be like, when you said Gregory Maxwell was one of the first, like, how come he never came up on my research, you know? So yeah.
Oh yeah, but he's a critic of Sergio's, and also he's a critic of Paul Stork, who's launching the eCash fork next month.
What is this, fucking high school? What do you mean? High school's like, he's a critic. I mean, I don't care if he's a critic of like Paul or whatever. I mean, I like Paul, and I like even Sergio also, but I don't see how that's a relevant thing. I mean, if you say he's criticizing their research, then I'm interested in, and that's something I would be willing to engage. I mean, I'm engaging in it anyway. But I mean, this guy doesn't like this other guy. That's, I mean, I'm not even sure like what even relevance that has, though, to be honest. But yeah.
It does have relevance, because this guy's like the voice of God when it comes to Bitcoin stuff. And to his credit, he was right many times, but he was also very wrong about other stuff.
Well, so first of all, if we are to say, like, again, I just think his objection is not actually valid. And I don't know if he looked at the other things, but again, if he's trying to make the point that maybe this Patoshi pattern is not 1 million, I don't think anyone would ever disagree with him. I don't think Sergio would disagree with him. I mean, it would be insane to disagree with it. But now if you say it's 0 or it's like on the other range, then, well, that there's no way that could be true, right? So, and I was just trying to point out here that when he's criticizing Sergio's research here, this is in the first early stages, because after this, in 2014 or a few months afterwards, he writes the second blog post and he addresses all this stuff and whatever. But the overall point that there is noise and there are other people and whatever, it's actually valid. Where this argument is invalid is that you can see specific peculiarities in the sense of like the slope and how the groupings look, that is just so unlikely that this is just pure coincidence. So if you need me to say this, if I have to say it, or like you feel like people don't say this, I don't have a problem saying it. I think Gregory Maxwell is incorrect if he thinks that this is a nothing burger. There's no way you can say it's a nothing burger. Now, if he says like maybe there's noise and whatever, I was like, yeah, that's the data set. There's no denying that also, you know. But regarding he's the voice of God and whatever, I mean, the thing is like, I can't come up with another instance where he wasn't like on the money like crazy. Besides this Patoshi pattern thing, I cannot come with another example. So yeah.
Oh, he was wrong about proof of stake, for example, that it does not
Oh,
work.
how so?
Well, he was one of the first people to say that Ethereum is gonna fail miserably and whatever, like 10 years ago when it launched. He was mostly proven wrong. Like, these people are not that stupid.
Well, I mean, oh man, I mean, I just kind of feel like I've had these conversations such a long time ago, and I kind of don't find any interest in them because I've just, I just had this conversation in my mind like years ago. I'm just kind of feel like it's kind of like you play with Legos when you're a kid. And I kind of grew out of it. But I mean, I just think people were very much focused on the idea of having this decentralized and these properties of Bitcoin. And clearly Ethereum didn't really care about it that much. And I think the bad assumption here was that if you don't have this pure um, properties, everything else is going to fail because this is so much better, so better, and so much superior. And we're trying to fight against these problems that you have where censorship resistance and decentralization matters. Really, the what everyone was wrong about this, and I obviously bought into this also at one point. It was that well, people are retarded and people don't care about it. They're perfectly fine with having a centralized thing as Ethereum and just play decentralization. That's really what it was wrong. So from the point of view of like, does it have all the properties and whatever? No, it failed. It's a complete dumpster fire of a project. And again, it's like there's nothing works about it. Well, nothing works. That's not true. Clearly something works. But the fact that it survived and people still use it, yeah, everyone got this so wrong because look at it. Just look at it. But I just kind of feel like, I mean, I don't know. I feel like this was sold in 2013, as far as I'm concerned. But yeah.
It was much later than that, but anyway, moving on.
For me, it was sold in 2013 anyway, but yeah.
There was no Ethereum in 2013, but anyway, moving
I know,
on.
but for me, I said it was settled anyway.
Okay, moving on from this.
From this tangent.
The people in the chat who are watching this, you can pick a number from 1 to 100. We're gonna reveal that in 30 minutes from now, and the winner gets 0.1 Zcash, which is like $40 from Cake Wallet.
Okay, that's nice.
And what else? You also get 0.1 Zcash, Alex, if you want it, and you can swap it.
You're absolutely right. I wanted, man. By the way, when Zcash came about, it was 2016 November. Am I remember this correct? And when they put it out on the, I mean, I hear about this thing. I was like, oh my god, let's try to mine again. I had my laptops, my girlfriend at the time's laptops out and stuff. It didn't work. Obviously, I was retarded. And then I don't remember how I got a bit, but if you guys remember when the Zcash launched and whatever. There was a lot of noise and whatever. It was quite interesting, but there was this moment when on an exchange, because there was so little supply available, right? It was like a few hours after launch and whatever, and the price was higher than Bitcoin, you know, because it was so little, and it was like everyone was losing their shit. It's like, yeah. So I thought it was a very interesting project back then, just because it really tried to address this privacy thing in a very direct way and whatever. I will have to admit I haven't followed it in a very long time, so I'm not really aware. I'm not really that aware of it. Yeah, what's going on recently.
They're actually making it scale, which is amazing. And they have a mobile wallet, which used to not be possible. So they started from very good privacy, which did not scale, and they refined it to the point where it scales better and it works better. And it's pretty cool. Like, I'm not gonna spend precious time talking about Zcash right now and what they're up to, but I'm actually excited in ways that I wish this was Bitcoin. And it could have been Bitcoin. It was proposed for Bitcoin.
Yeah, I mean, the first version was very little modifications from the Bitcoin client. That was also a big part of it. People were talking back then. Yeah, I haven't looked at it in a long time. My only criticism, and we can move on from this thing, is that which is, again, everyone knows this, it was said 100 times, is really like how you can deal with inflation bugs. That's a very important problem. You're trading off this idea of like, well, what happens if we have an inflation bug for better privacy versus like, well, that's really it. You know, we can have an inflation bug we couldn't know, and it's not that we wouldn't know, it's just harder to detect. That's would be the more accurate thing to say. But yeah, I haven't looked at it in a long time, so I can't say.
Yeah, anyway, the stuff you're seeing on the screen is directly from firstbitcoinminer.com. You can open the website yourselves. There's also a link in the description on YouTube if you want to check it out. It has the entirety of Alex's research, and it's really cool that you have timestamps for everything. You have emails to back up your claims. You have analysis on the blockchain. This probably took you a few months.
It took 5 months precisely to get this going. That's how long it took. 5 months. So yeah, it was very intense. And again, like, I'm not, when I say I worked on this for a whole year, I haven't gone out. I haven't had a beer I don't even remember. I mean, it's probably more than that. I had a beer or something, or I went out to party or something. I mean, this was it. I was awake. The only time that I didn't work on this for the last year was when I was eating food and I was on my laptop anyway, and sitting, and eating, or when I would go out for walks, but nothing else. Like, I mean, dude, this is gonna sound so retarded and extreme. Probably people don't not gonna believe, but I remember there was one time, but this was when I was filming because it was more hardcore than, because I would have to film at night so I could control the lights easier. There was this time where, like, I sit down and I was like, dude, I think it's been 2 months, 2 weeks since I talked with a person. I mean, anywhere, online, anywhere. I talk with my parents. I'll give you that, like, for 5 minutes or something once a week. But I remember I was just thinking, because, at a supermarket, you'd go to the self-checkout and I'm like, huh, well, whatever. And I continue. So it was very intense, very, very intense. Like, all this is my existence became about this thing. And I remember saying, like, if I die doing this, I'm not gonna die doing it, So yeah,
That's gonna make you more of a legend.
hopefully.
No, let's wish for long lives, and we can fight and debate about stuff when we're 80, and also look at the list of spooks and FBI agents who were infiltrated in the community and be like, I had lunch with that guy. I thought he was the real deal. He was an agent.
Yeah,
That's what I hope for, at least. Like, we're gonna know a lot of stuff in a few years.
I guess so. Yeah, sure. But I also think there's a lot of, I think, it's just more probable where people are stupid. And I mean, I think that explains a bit more than than spooks and stuff. But we can talk about it when we're 80, as you said.
Yeah. Also, on the topic of your research, I see that you used mempool.space a lot for identifying hashes and block times and everything else. It looks very cool. I also see that you designed some of your own graphics, and you
Absolutely.
actually wrote, you put like a watermark on them, so that
Yes.
it's known where they come from.
Well,
And
I feel like it's very important. Like, any pictures, so the pictures that are made by me have the watermark of my website because I've made them. But any other picture that I use, like if I use a screenshot of an email or something, I burnt in the original source. Why did I do this? Because it absolutely annoys me when someone takes a historical artifact, shares it on Twitter, and they don't provide a source. Because that's how bad shit gets spread around, right? So if someone takes this thing and wants to, like, repost it and go viral and whatever, okay, go. But I did the work for you. The original source is burned in. So if someone else wants to challenge you or see where you got it and whatever, it took quite a bit. I mean, it took a day. It didn't take that much, but it was just like to burn in each picture, the original source where they came from. So I'm very proud of that. I'm really proud that I did that.
yeah, I put this chart on the screen that says Bitcoin block times for the first 170 blocks. I actually recognize these fonts. They're open source ones that you can find in some photo editors. And
You are actually thinking of the font that is called Just, which is from Google and is open source. However, here I use Futura, which is what Just is.
that's what I
Uh,
use for my podcast. It's like my trademark, Futura.
yeah, Futura. It's what an amazing font. It's geometric, works with anything. It's like, what should I pair Futura with? Pair it with a different way to Futura. It's just absolutely amazing. It just works. It's so
It's also
geometric
used
and
by
everything.
Louis Vuitton or something, but not the bold version, the normal one.
Yeah, it's used by a lot of brands. It's an amazing font. It's absolutely amazing. It just works with everything. And I don't know. I kind of like it. It's just kind of like, it's strange because it's so, like, straight and so, like, it's square, but also has personality at the same time. You know what I'm trying to say? Literally squared. It's an amazing font in my opinion.
For the people listening and in the chat, you have 20 more minutes to pick your number from 1 to 100. You can only pick one number. If you write more than one, then I'll only count the more recent one. And if you spam the chat, then I'm just not gonna qualify you for the contest because I'm not a nice person. Anyway,
Don't be a nice person. Being nice is overrated.
let's talk about this chart right here that presents that the Bitcoin network halted 8 times.
Which one is this one? Because there's like a free versions of it. Do you mind like?
You gotta look at the stream, but I can also send you the
okay.
link on Telegram if you want.
Wait. I didn't want to open the stream because it was like, okay, just tell me which one is it because I'll be able to find it very easily. Is it the one that has like the block 49 with the yellow line and what? Is it the longer one that stretches out on the page?
I sent it to you on Telegram, which
Okay.
you should have on your desktop.
Okay, okay, go on. I know what you're talking about.
Okay,
Yep.
so this one in particular, it says that the network halted 8 times during the first 170 blocks. Why do you think this is? And what does this prove about Bitcoin?
Great. So the thing is that when I was trying I looked at the emails, which also Vlad mentioned, and also brought a bit more context to even what happened before the launch of the Bitcoin and whatever. But in the research, I obviously start focusing more on the stuff after the client was on, after the client was released. And that's where I kind of get all this, ideas of like what was happening, Hal was talking with Satoshi, what was going on. And then I found Hal's debug that log file from his node, and I looked at this and I got all this information, and I could see at block 49, because it says there clearly that's when that's as far as the Bitcoin network has progressed up until that point. There were 2 other nodes there. So I'm looking at all this information, and I feel like at this point I looked at it under each rock. I had everything that I needed, and I just needed more information because I just had these. I had a few things that I feel like they were proven quite well, but then I just kind of was left with this mystery that at block 49 there were 2 nodes present. One was Satoshi, and the other one was a Tor node. And I really feel like I needed to figure out what was going on with this Tor node. And the way I just didn't know where else to look. I was just like, where am I going to get more information? And as you also made a point that earlier, sometimes like, well, we have the blockchain. More people should look at the blockchain. So I went on the blockchain, I also remember like the Patoshi pattern, and I was like, I think it's gonna be crazy if I start looking at the Patoshi pattern on this period and I don't find something strange. It would be so weird. But before I would look at the Patoshi pattern, I was like, let me just look at the block times here. Maybe there's something going on there, So the chart that you have on the screen here, it's a bar chart, and on the OX on the horizontal line, we have the number of the blocks. So what number is there? That is the block. And on the OY axis is the time in minutes, I believe. So as you can see there, maybe you're not even going to be able to see it, but most of the chart has these very tiny bars there, which are 10-minute mark or something like this. But then you can see these big ones that stand out, whatever. And these are the ones that were interesting. So anyway, what we're seeing in this chart here and what it's being highlighted is there are like 8 instances in the first 170 blocks. And the reason we're focusing on the first 170 blocks is because that's when at block 170 is when Hal made the running Bitcoin tweet. So after that point, you could say Bitcoin became quote unquote mainstream. Maybe you were 5 people instead of 2 using it. So that's why I'm going all the way up to there. And here we can see, I'm just looking around and I'm seeing these big time gaps. And to be more precise, like the ones that are the most interesting are like 8 hours and 8 hours, 24 hours, 41 minutes, 2 hours. And then there's a few others, like they're 34 minutes. So as I'm looking at this research, and I know there's all this weird stuff happening here and whatever, and I see this stuff, I knew immediately this is not a coincidence. There's no way. There's all this stuff going on, and this is a coincidence, right? So this was the first thing that I looked at this chart, and that's what this chart showed us. But I can't claim that the network halted yet. I know I wrote this here on the chart, but like, give me a break. It's in the chronology of the article. the reason why I was able to actually claim for certain, what made me feel more sure that these were halts is actually the chart above it, which is this one. I sent it to you on Telegram if you want to share it on the screen, Vlad. Is the one just above it the elongated one?
Yeah, it's on the screen now.
Yeah, cool. So this is the exact same chart as the other one, right? Just that on this chart, on the OX, again, we're charting the blocks, which goes up to 200. But again, we're focusing on the first 170 blocks. And then on the OY axis, we have the extra nonce. And just a quick refresher, when you're mining, you have a number that you have to iterate. So you try more options until you get the right number. If this number is below a certain threshold, your block is valid or not. And it just happens that this number is 1 to the 2 to the power. This number is between 1 and 2 to the power of 32 minus 1. And even though this sounds like a big number, it's not enough for you necessarily to find a block. And Satoshi knew, you could go through all this range and you may just not find a valid block, which I'm more than happy to explain the statistics of that. But I don't think that's the point here. And Satoshi realized that this number may not be enough. And he realized, well, you know what we're going to do? We have one counter that you can iterate. If you need more numbers, we're just going to add this other number here, which is called the extra nonce. And once you go for all the range between 1 and 2 to the power of 32, and you're out of it, and then find a block, you just increment this number. You make it from, I don't know if it's from 0 or from 1, probably from 0. You increment it anyway, and now you have a fresh new set of numbers that you can go through. And this is called the extra nonce. And for what it's worth, this is a number that gets public in the Coinbase. It's a bit of a hacky way to do it. So the reason why I'm mentioning this is because that's why Sergio Damian Lerner was able to look at this thing and draw the Patoshi pattern, because he looked and he realized that this other number here doesn't behave properly as it should. And because it's in the Coinbase, the reason I'm mentioning that's in the Coinbase is because, well, that's why he could look at it and see on the blockchain. Actually, that's kind of a weak point because so is the nonce is also on the blockchain. It's the bits field. Anyway, it's in the Coinbase if anyone is interested and wants to look. So, and I'm getting to the chart. I promise I'm getting to the chart, but I feel like I should bring this context here. So that's what Sergio did. He looked at his extra nonce field, which is the one that gives you a fresh new range of nonces, and he saw something strange. What Sergio managed to find there is that, well, the Bitcoin code from the first version of the Bitcoin code is obviously public, and we can see how this is actually implemented. And what Sergio found, which again, this is why again is just an absolute genius thing to find, is that the way this extra nonce incrementer behaves is not as actually intended. So in a normal behavior, and by the way, of course, this is explained on the website. Nice arrows. I explain the code. I do everything. I share the code. You can go and look there if you really want to get the explanation. And we can also go into this more if you want the mechanism of how this actually happened. But in what the intended behavior is that you're a miner, you start mining, you go for the full range, you then manage to find a block. You want a new set of nonces. You increment this thing. You go again. Maybe you do this 3 times, and you're done. You found a block. You should try to start another block. Now, I feel like anyone's intuition here says that, oh, let's just reset everything and start a new block from 0, because what does everything have to do with anything else, right? And it just happens because the way Satoshi implemented this, and it's such an easy mistake, that where he placed the incrementing in the code, there's a while loop there, and where he placed it, this has a few consequences. First of all, this extra nonce counter does not reset. The only time the extra nonce counter resets is when the node resets, if you turn your node down. So this is already gold pretty much. The other thing that it does, it not only increments when you go for all this range here, but it also like increments when you check for a block. So the thing is, like, when you construct a block, so you constructed a block that you think is a candidate block and whatever, and now you have to check, is this a valid block? No. Okay, let me try again. This extra nonce counter also increments when you do this additional checks, right? And wait, what was the other one? Let me just take a look here. I mean, this is it pretty much. Yeah, these are the 2 things. I don't know why I feel like I'm forgetting something. Anyway, if I will, people can correct me, or you can ask me other things. So the thing is, like, now we have this extra nonce counter that we know becomes like a very like somewhat, we could, as far as we know right now, it could, I'm saying it could act like an uptime counter, because we have something that gets published on the blockchain, and when this resets to 0, that means the node restarts. So that's quite useful. And then the fact that it also increments on other where another operation happens here, which is not random, but it is somewhat specific to a certain type of hardware. This means it also becomes somewhat of an identifier. It's not only like an uptime counter, but also an identifier, because we have something, we increase numbers at a certain rate that is somewhat specific to the hardware, right? Because it's gonna say how many times you tried this stuff, and there's other things going on there. So I'm just explaining the Patoshi part so far. So Sergio looked at this thing, and he discovered this stuff, and he was like, oh shit, let's try to chart this stuff and see if we can see anything else. And the chart that's been up on the screen here, this is literally from Sergio's website here. And I wanted to use this just because if you looked at this, you would have the same familiarity and everything looks the same. So this is what we have here. We have this this chart. We just have every dot represents the value of the extra nonce in the specific block, right? And by the way, if we actually go up, because I feel like we should do this before, and then we can get back to this chart. It's just gonna make things more clear. So this is the same chart, but it's just like has a bit more clarity stuff. Vlad, if you may, put this one first for a second, and then we can go back to the other one.
Okay, did you send me a link? Yes, you did.
Yes, I have on Telegram. Yep.
And I'm gonna paste it here. Oh, it looks like a bunch of dicks.
It does look like a bunch of dicks, you know? And I'm very happy that that's just described like that. So here we have the same chart. It's we have on the horizontal axis, we have the blocks, and then we have the values of these extra nonces things, which the nodes increments them in these weird ways, and it doesn't reset. So when you see what we have with red lines here, we have a grouping of dots, right? And you can see them even without this, but this should possibly make it more obvious. And the thing is, like, the first thing we can look here is that we see these dots going like this and going up, and then they go down. So whenever they go down, that means the extra nonce is zero. And we already established that one way this could be done is because the node turns off, the node gets restarted. So every time we see the point going from here, from something up to a lower value, that means the extra nonce reset. Again, to be clear, I'm not claiming with 100%. There are all these caveats. They could have run different software. They could have done this. They could have done that. It's like, yes, I'm very well aware. But considering, if you look at the emails and you see how hard it was even to get it to work in normal situations, I think it's somewhat, well, not absurd, but it's just a bit too much to presume that they were doing all these weird things when this was barely working. Anyway, so we have this chart here, and we can see that whenever we have one of those things, we know a nonce resets. But now we have this grouping of nodes there, and that means like the extra nonce goes up, up, up. So if we look at, like, I don't know, block 100, let's say, and the value is 150, this means that the node who mined this block, it means that he tried the sum of like trying how many times the block is valid and how many times he went through the extra nonce through the nonce range is probably 150 or whatever this value is. Probably there could be other things also. So the thing is, like, right now, with each number that increments here and gets a bit more bigger. So first of all, if we have two blocks next to each other and they have extra nonce 1, 2, and 3, and the other one has also 1, 2, and 3, this could be a coincidence because all nodes start with 0 and all nodes are going to go through 1, 2, and 3. But now when you start as big as this, as Vlad very poetically called them dicks, as these dicks grow in length, as they grow in length, the thing is, like, the chance of this being lucky is even less and less, because it's kind of like, again, it just decreases. I'm not sure if it's exponential, but it decreases. It should be, though. It decreases at a very high rate, because it's kind of like, okay, one number is a coincidence, two numbers, but having and three numbers, less of a coincidence. Four numbers, blah, 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 blah. So the more you add these things here, the less of a coincidence is. And what I was saying earlier, the fact that also increments when you try to block, this actually adds a bit more weirdness, a bit more like uniqueness to this thing, you know. So that's why so that's why the longer the turd is, I say the more certain we can be that this is one single entity. And I will just, so you mentioned Gregory Maxwell and whatever. The thing is, like, one thing that I think he mentioned at some point, and feel free to pull up a post and whatever, and correct me if I'm wrong, though I want the last one. One thing that he said is that he says that because of this specific thing that it also increments when you also check for a block, this makes it even more random and unreliable, where I think it actually does the opposite thing. However, let's just say he's right and whatever. It doesn't matter here, because in the first 170 blocks where we're looking at here, we know for a fact at block 49 there were only 2 nodes present, and Hal couldn't get the node running. So for someone to come and tell me that, oh no, there were actually 10 nodes, I don't think so. And we can look also at the timestamp, at the emails and whatever. So it's very unlikely there were other people. So the reason why I'm actually feel like at this specific range, again, I'm looking at blocks 1 to 117. What I feel the Patoshi pattern is even more strong than ever is that there's almost no noise here. There's literally almost no noise. So for me here, the Patoshi pattern is like, I don't have the problems that anyone brings up, Gregory Maxwell or whoever you want. And in fact, I would say, like, as a meta point, it kind of strengthens it doesn't strengthen the Patoshi pattern like what's happening in 2010. I'm not claiming that, but I do feel it strengthens it a bit in the sense that, oh, we have this one. It's almost like, you know, in physics, when you try to do an experiment and you have it in a perfect environment with no things, and you can draw conclusions with it. I'm like, oh, look, we have an actual sterile quote unquote environment here where we can look at it, you know. Anyway, so and again, this is just clearly all I'm explaining so far, and whatever is just exactly what Sergio says and what's on Sergio's things. I just kind of like laid it out, I hope more clearly, definitely more detailed, if not more clearly. So that's what's happening here and what we're looking at here. We see the blocks and we see this number specific to the block, and we can see them grouping there like that. And it looks like each of these, as again, Vladley very poetically described them as dicks, it seems that each dick would correspond to one node. So that's what so still, why am I claiming the Halts? Now, Vlad, if we may go to the longer chart.
Send me the link, but I was gonna crack a joke that the
Please do
Nonce
so.
people are gonna want to filter this out because it looks like dicks, right? They don't want dick pics on their nodes.
Yeah, I mean, I just feel that's so like, I feel like addressing that and giving importance to any of the Nonce people, we're doing a disservice to the human race and to our intellect. That's how I feel about it. But anyway, the chart, if you may.
I put the new one on the screen. I can tell that you worked for a year on this and haven't really spoken to anyone because you're so excited. And I'm so happy that I'm the first podcaster to have you on.
I will say this. You hear it here, folks. Obviously, when the thing got big and whatever, other people reached out and asked me and whatever, and there's going to be more podcasts coming out and whatever. But the thing is, like, Vlad, and I'm not trying to cast any judgment on the other ones, but Vlad contacted me and said, let's do the podcast, and this is incredible. I think even before it had any big number of likes and whatever. I'm not trying to cast any judgment on all the other people, because me and Vlad also talked before and whatever, and he just happened to see it first. But I'll give you that. You were the first one who was like, oh yeah, this is important, this is good and whatever. The first person that, again, reached out to me. So yeah. And yes, this is absolutely the
first minor is important. The first person to reach out gets the interview, I guess. Take that, Stefan Livera. Whatever you get is gonna be like a diluted version of this. So have fun sleeping at night knowing that.
First podcast.com. I don't know. I don't think other people are gonna get a more diluted thing. I mean, the thing is, like, there's so much to talk about here, and there's so many details to talk about. And even if I am to talk just about like even if I just talk about how I made the video or whatever, I mean, this is literally 1 year of work. So I can talk with every podcaster that's alive, including Joe Rogan and whatever. And I would still not wouldn't repeat myself. Though therefore the question obviously are gonna repeat and whatever towards the specific parts of research. But I don't think anyone should worry about like getting a diluted thing. Um, but
Okay,
yeah,
let's talk about this chart, and then you
finally,
can reveal your number so we can do the giveaway.
yeah, let's finally talk about this fucking chart. So this is the same chart as before, just that the other one just had those circles there, so it makes it a bit more interesting. So now, so the interesting parts of this chart, or the interesting moments, I guess you could say, is when the number goes from up to down. That's when the nonce resets. Now, remember I told you earlier that I've also noticed there were some of these big time gaps between blocks. And now here's how crazy this is. Every single time there is a nonce reset, and there's only two exceptions, and you'll be shocked, but those exceptions actually make my case even stronger. And I'll explain. Every time there's a reset of the nonce, there's a big time gap between blocks, which again, it was like, there's no way these things are not going to be connected. So this probably means that whoever is mining is it's mining this thing, and they're turning out their computer, and then there's literally no one else to mine, because if there were to be someone else here to mine, they would actually mine another block and whatever, right? And again, the 30 minutes and whatever, maybe they're okay, but when the 8 hours happens there, so the nonce resets, this means a probable node turn off, and then 8 hours, no blocks, get out of here. There's no way, in the 24 hours. And now there's only two exceptions to this rule. There's two exceptions from block, what is it here? Where is it? I just want to say it clearly. There's two exceptions from block 37 to 38 and 76 to 77. And you know what? These have like normal-ish times. And you know what the thing is like? If you look at the chart, there's like a yellow line. That's block 49. That's when the snapshot of the debug.log file. So the only time we don't have this weird big time gap between blocks is around, it's in the period, it's in the exact period of mining where the two nodes were present, the Tor node and the Satoshi node. So, and I also looked at this period of time which was from block 29 to 77. And if we chart it out here, we can see the average time here in this period. I know this is a bit hand wavy because it's really small and there's errors. I'm very well aware for the statisticians out there, but still the block time here is 10.7 minutes. So it just looks to me like, dude, I don't know how I could explain this any other way, that clearly this is just one entity here. And when they turn off their computer, they're out. That's what's happening here, And it seems to me like, well, so now the question is like, but why would I say the Tor node is same as Satoshi and whatever and whatnot? Well, here's a very interesting constraint, which I didn't mention. There is this constraint in the Bitcoin code that in order for you, I think we mentioned this at the very beginning. When you start up Bitcoin, at least Bitcoin version 01.1, you have to be connected to at least one other node on the network. Otherwise, you wouldn't start producing blocks. Of course, you could use custom software, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I know, but I doubt it. And the thing is, like, what I think happened here is that Satoshi had his own ClearNet node and whatever, which was on RSC and whatnot. And he needed another node to connect to it, because if people would come on the network, they would have to see there's some activity and whatever. So I suspect he actually spin up this Tor node, and that's why Satoshi and the Tor node are most probably the same person. But again, I feel the Halts is kind of hard for anyone to argue against it. Maybe you're like, maybe they're not all 8 Halts, but like with the 24 hours and whatnot, I don't know. And the last thing I'm going to say on this subject, in one of the emails, which is pretty much close to the end of the article and whatever, but I could just tell you what it says here. In one of the last emails, this was on the 12th of January, everything is done. They released Bitcoin 01.3. They solved it. And he says, he's talking with Hal Finney and Satoshi. He says, definitely looks like 0.1 solved it. I was getting there. So many zombie nodes. I was having a hard time replying to the message. Now the inventory message goes out, get that up, and forward get data message to block. And then he says this, very important. Unfortunately, I cannot receive connections from where I am, which has made things difficult. Your node receiving incoming connection was the main thing that kept the network going for the first few days. By the way, kids, in this version of the Bitcoin node, even though you could use Tor, it could not accept incoming connection because there's no proxying and whatever. And Satoshi implemented this thing directly. So Tor nodes could not accept incoming connection. So my theory is that Satoshi maybe the Tor node here we have a message from Hal Finney where he says he's somewhere else and he cannot accept incoming connection. And that's why I think those are halts, and that's why I think the two nodes were Satoshi. And as far as Hal Finney missed the Bitcoin launch, I mean, it's enough to even look at the emails. And again, the fact that the first time he tries it is block 49. Well, block 49 is not the beginning, right? So he missed the launch. So yeah.
Right, so your claim, first of all, is that it's not possible for Hal Finney to be Satoshi, on one hand.
I've never claimed that.
Okay,
I don't know.
It could be like a Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde kind of situation, just talking to himself, possibly, okay. But on the other hand, there's a ClearNet IP from Satoshi that we have. And that one is based in the US, right?
Yes. So the first person that actually wrote about this thing was this anonymous person. There's this blog post. It's linked, by the way, in the article. And they looked at this ClearNet IP address. The question is why they use the ClearNet address. You know what I think it was? I think you needed to be an operator of the channel. I think you may have not been able to do it with Tor or something, or may have been some other reasons. Or actually, no, wait. Well, there's multiple reasons here, but that may be one of it. But the other reason is like he just needed to have some kind of a ClearNet IP, because you needed to form an address. Also, the way they did it back then, that's why Bitcoin addresses are called bit addresses, because usually you would connect to back then you would connect to an IP address and you'd get a public key from there, and then this got deprecated and whatever. So that's why he did this. Now, this person who wrote about this in 2016, he looked at the IP address, because you can look at who this belongs to, and if there would be a VPN or a data center, usually these things are like publicly known. And this looked like it was in a residential IP from California. So make what you will of this. I also, trust me, I spent a lot of time trying to figure this out, and I looked around, but the IPs change and all this stuff around. But I also want to mention is like if any agency would have wanted to like go and look deeper on that IP, I mean, they could just go and subpoena any of those companies, which probably have the logs and whatever. So I think they could find out more. But as far as I could tell, that's a dead end. I looked really deeply into it and I couldn't find. And even if I would have found, I wouldn't have not doxed Satoshi, obviously, right? I'm not a piece of shit. So yeah, that's that with the ClearNet IP from California.
Yeah, so at least what we know is that Satoshi, and this was also revealed by Jameson Lopp in his research, where he was looking at the schedule that Satoshi was working on, that it seems like he was somewhere in the US, and he was
in California. We know for a fact he was in California. That's where he lived. There's a lot of public stuff. We know 100% he lived in California.
Okay, but I've seen so many claims from people. Of course, every nation in this world will say that God is their nation, and then you have people saying Satoshi was a woman, Satoshi was African, Satoshi was Asian, Satoshi was so. but Japanese.
One second, if I may. Hal Finney was a public person, was a cryptographer. It's well known and established. He lived in California. This is not like there's multiple stuff that point out this. It's not like he was like visiting there or something. He's a California dude. That's where he lived. I think most of his, I don't know if most, but I would suspect most of his life. So there's no reason to suspect he lived anywhere else. He lived in California. I mean, when he got swatted in California, right? So, I mean, again, there's no way he would have lied about that. So I feel like that's, at least that should be proof that he lives in California. Yeah.
Plus, there are people who claim that Satoshi wrote in British English with OU.
He does, though. He did. That actually is true. And if you look at comments in the Bitcoin code, I obviously wrote a thread about this some time ago. You can check my highlights and you can find it there. He did use a lot of bloody hell and stuff like that. But he also says retarded in the mommy emails. So that's also very important.
Very important.
It is very important. He's one of us.
Of course he is. I think he said that in response to Marty Malmy. We can get to that if you want.
He didn't call him retarded, to be clear.
No, it did not. He said that the situation of trying to install some WordPress thing was retarded.
Yeah.
Because he's apparently, just like people, Satoshi is this time-traveling entity that is an AI and a woman and a god and whatever who came upon us and brought fire and gave us this perfect chemical element. I've heard people refer to Bitcoin as a chemical element or something, like digital alchemy or whatever. They were saying this. But on the other hand, was struggling to set up WordPress. So make what you want from that. And there's also the crowd of people who say Satoshi was the CIA. Like, do you honestly think that the CIA cryptographer was gonna struggle with anything, or if it was a team of cryptographers behind this, they would not have everything figured out. Like, come on.
Well, I also addressed this in an article, but the thing is, like, if you look at all, which we didn't really talk about here, but like if you look at what were the bugs and what happened and how these things progressed and why, because in these first 170 blocks from block 49, when Hal tried to like run Bitcoin for the first time and it didn't work, there's all these private conversations with him and Satoshi just trying to fix this thing and debug it. And Hal shared this email with Wall Street Journal, I believe it was in 2014. So if you look there, and I conclude this, I think it's very hard to manufacture this type of chaotic thing. And also, like, group of people, I mean, the chance of this being a group of people is so fucking low. And whoever claims that, I think they just want a store that they could sell or something like that. It looks, I mean, anyone that could look here could just be like, it looks like a guy with a fucking computer or something that was doing a project and it went normal. I mean, again, I just don't see why. There's not a single thing that would even hint there might be a group of people. It's just not a single one. I think there's just one. I think these are people who wanted to be a group of people so they can say something new, and then they come up with reasons that, again, there's nothing pointing in that direction. So yeah, I don't think so.
Right, so final question before we get to the prize and the giveaway. Was the IP address coming from California revealed before Hal Finney joined?
So the way it worked, yes, I'm answering top of my head, but we can just open a debug file and see. I think it was because the way it works there, so you could, the way it happens is like your node would go in this IRC channel, all right? And there's this in the Bitcoin code, it says that when you connect to this IRC channel, you have to you have to make a username for yourself. And this username is going to be your IP address and the port converted to base 58. All right. And I mean, wait, there's an easier way to answer your question and why it's asked. I mean, all the people who are in the channel, their IP address is there, and we can see how it connects to this node to request the blocks. So he had to see it before, but it's nothing like special about it. It's just like he would have gotten the IP addresses of everyone there except the Tor node one, which again, it's not routable, and it was very important for the way Bitcoin worked back then.
Yeah.
I hope that answered your question.
Partially, but
what more clarification you want? I'm more than happy to go into it.
I mean, you were a bit vague. You didn't say directly yes or no.
No, I did. I told you. What do you?
Okay, maybe blame my attention span because I was also reading the comments.
Okay, I mean, I literally said yes. It like when. Okay, let me reiterate. When you join the RSC channel, everyone writes their IP address there. They have to announce it in case someone has to connect to them. You see it. So when Hal joined the RSC channel, he saw the usernames and the IP address, and the username was the IP address encoded in base 58. There's a specific line in the file which says connecting to 68 point something something, which is the Satoshi IP. So yes, absolutely. Happy Pappy.
Nice. And how was Hal Finney's IP address different?
Well, he was very public about his IP address, and it was well known. And he hosted his website and all this stuff. And there's a screenshot somewhere here in the artitle.
Yeah, he had like his wife's website on the same IP address, right? On his personal server.
Yeah, he had his wife address. Website, friend running something. I think it was that one. And also like his old website. I don't know if everyone knows, but like at some point it was live. So there's undeniable that was his IP address. We can see from numerous sources.
Right. So if you are in the chat right now and you picked a number, we're gonna reveal it. But before the final reveal, you're gonna have to sit through my ads because that's like the bait. You have to wait. And then please don't leave because we have a lot of interesting topics to still discuss. Like this is just the warm-up. Alex is such a treasure of knowledge.
Thank you.
Check out SideShift, which is the place where you can swap your CBDC wannabes, meaning stable coins, for free market money. Be that BTC or whatever it is that you want. Just don't hold onto something that can get confiscated. And SideShift has good liquidity. They have also low fees. And I don't think it works in the US because they really like to overregulate stuff in there, but in pretty much every other part of the world it works pretty well. And it's really cool. Has a lot of trading pairs. For example, if someone wants to pay you in stable coins and you're like, nah, but they're also say we don't want to hold Bitcoin or whatever, you can just go to SideShift. You choose the trading pair. So let's say that USDT on Tron is what you're gonna receive and BTC is what you want to get. And then you send the address from SideShift to the person wanting to pay you, and you put your Bitcoin address on SideShift, and then you get your Bitcoin directly to your wallet. You don't need to buy the gas token and then do the swap yourself. It just happens right there. So check it out. It's SideShift, SIDESHIFT.ai. Also, there's Orangerock, which is a trading platform that has everything built in. It's non-custodial. It's non-KYC, it's privacy friendly, you have a lot of trading pairs, you can use degenerate leverage like 30 something X, and it's very similar with stuff like Hyperliquid, which is very popular these days, except that it has a much nicer UI and also lets you do stuff on the same interface on the same device, so you don't need like 10 screens or whatever to manage everything. It's pretty cool, it's friendly, and it's called Orangerock. Check it out. There is also Layer 2 Labs, and we can have a conversation about this later, Alex, but they are working on the drive chain, which is a two-way pegged sidechain which is enforced by the miners. It's a proposal for Bitcoin that's called BIP300, which unfortunately hasn't come to Bitcoin. It runs on a Signet right now. If you go to layer2labs.com, you can actually test the software. And Paul got sort of fed up, Paul being the CEO of Layer 2 Labs. He doesn't want to engage with politics anymore, even though he spent like 10 years trying to get this through on Bitcoin. And he's gonna fork Bitcoin this summer, in late August, I think. Block 964,000 is the target. And he's gonna launch a new network that's gonna be called eCash. And if you hold Bitcoin today, you're gonna get the same amount in eCash next month. So I guess this is a good reason for you to buy more Bitcoin this month and next month and just claim your free airdrop next month. Anyway, check it out. There's a lot of information for you to read. It's ecash.com for the sidechain stuff and Layer 2 Labs for the purely tech stuff where you can try it on a Bitcoin Signet. Check it out. And last but not least, Cake Wallet, which is the guys covering this giveaway right now. They have support for all the privacy coins. They also have swaps. They also have access directly to Nano GPT from the interface where you can pay for your queries directly with your coins. It's like a super app that has a lot of stuff inside of it. You can also get debit cards and stuff, which I never did, but I hear that Monero people really like that, to use their privacy coins for the purpose of getting privacy-friendly Visa debit cards. So yeah, you have a lot of stuff that you can do in Cake Wallet. Check it out, download it, and I hope that the people who win this are actually gonna claim their giveaway from Cake Wallet. So Alex, reveal your number from 1 to 100. Drum roll.
The number is 35.
35. Is that
And
how old you are?
What?
Is that how old you are?
I'm in my 30s. I'll leave it as that.
Okay. So let's see. There's a 32.
The first number that I picked was 75, but I told it to Vlad. So whoever picked 75 are going to be very mad because they could have won with that one.
There's a 38. There's a 33. I think 33 is the closest. Let's see. I'm scrolling. Nobody said 35 as far as I can see. Okay, so I guess 33 is the winner.
Congratulations, 33. What's his username?
So let me scroll up. I want to make sure once again that I haven't missed anything, but it seems like 33 is the closest one. The name is Clarissa69. Very nice name.
That's a dude. I hear Clarissa. I'm like, oh my god, a woman, 69. Get the fuck out of here.
It's a dude. Yeah.
That's a dude. Clarissa.
So Clarissa69 said 33. and the number was 35. That's the closest we can have for now. And you win zero point 0.1 Zcash, which is like $40 today. Yeah, Clarissa, I'm gonna message. Oh, the Clarissa is like, what did I win? Like, they participated in something without even knowing what this is, which is unfortunate. But I hope
Isn't
you
that
find out.
isn't that what life is though? You participate in something without even knowing it, and when you figure out
That's so
it's done.
philosophical.
It's poetic. It's not philosophical, but I'll take it.
Yeah, like you're never actually ready. I can agree with that. You learn on the go as you try stuff. So Clarissa, I hope you download Cake Wallet and post your address in the chat or something for Zcash, and I'm gonna send you 0.1 Zcash. Also, Alex, if you do that, I'm gonna send you 0.1 Zcash.
Yes, I will get the wallet after this.
Yeah. And now I want to ask you the most important question that's gonna be asked tonight.
18 centimeters. Oh, I'm sorry. Never mind. I thought you're gonna go in a different direction.
You
Oh,
have
sorry,
to say
please
it
carry
in
on.
inches. Anyway, uh, what's the point of all this, and why should anyone care? Because it's a lot of nerdy stuff. It's a lot of history. It's a lot of looking into the cryptography of how Bitcoin works. And then the question is why? Like, why should you spend 1 year on this? Why should anyone else care? Why is this important for the history of Bitcoin?
Well, first of all, I can't make a reason why anyone else should care. You're free to do whatever you want with your life. I can only tell you why I care. And the reason why I care is that I just cannot stop thinking about things like this. You can ask anyone that knows me in real life. This is what I think about 24/7. This is what I dream. This is what I. The first thing I wake up thinking about is something like this. In the days I don't start masturbating straight away. Uh, I'm kidding. I'm trying. I'm trying to also insert some jokes. The problem is like the jokes are always so extreme and whatever. But you know, all jokes aside, it's like I just care about it because it's interesting and I can't stop thinking about it. It's just, I mean, I just gave the last 13 years of my life to this whole Bitcoin thing, and every time I got more, I always wanted to go to another level, another level, another level, and it just kind of got to a point where like I kind of feel like I consumed well, I wouldn't say I consumed everything there is obviously on the internet, but I think I consumed all the important stuff, and it just wasn't anything else. And I mean, it's strange because I mean, you know what's even more strange is because I actually have two movies that I'm working on: the Bitcoin Core one, which is going to go out next month, and the Satoshi Don't Exist one. So I was actually ready to release the Bitcoin Core movie this time last year, and I just got drawn to this rabbit hole. And it's just one of those things, you know, when you're kind of like it's like you just have to go there. You just know there's a side quest, and you know there's gonna be the treasure there. You know you're gonna slay the dragon. You're gonna do there. So it was also that part. I just had to. I knew that I had to go it. I don't know how I knew. I just knew somehow, and I was right. So I, I I mean, and the reason I also just cared about it is that I don't know. I just wanted to see this video, and I know there's no one else who's gonna make this video. I mean, there's just no one else who would care, or I even would argue that's capable of doing this video. So I wanted to do it. So I don't know. I mean, again, I don't think I don't even want to tell people it's like you're telling me that you care about Bitcoin, it's important, it had the big impact in your life and whatever, and you don't want to find out about the biggest and most important moment in its history. You don't want to find out a bit more about its mythology that is here. You're telling me you don't want to know this. You're telling me you don't want to see and feel how it was to be one of the first people to use Bitcoin. I don't know. I feel like I would give anything that I can to just experience that thing, you know. Um, I don't know. I feel like it's kind of like how could anyone look at this and not think it's like the coolest thing in the world, you know, and see how these people came up and whatever, and there's these guys. It's almost like it's a movie. It's so strange how it happened, you know, like the Satoshi and this, and then there's this Hal and this Dustin guy, and what the fuck was up with these people? And then you just look at like every single cryptographer there was just like, you know, this thing is retarded and whatever, and I still can't put it together. It makes no sense why Dustin and Hal would actually believe this thing, because if you are rational and you think about it rationally, it's kind of retarded to try and exit from an anonymous guy on the internet. You know what I'm trying to say? So it's just so like interesting and cool how everything happened, and all this. And now, you know, you fast forward here and it's like wow, this thing is it has such an important place in the world and it's changing the world and whatever, you know. Um, I don't even know how I don't know. I don't know how to answer the question different than that or better than that.
Yeah, to me, it's very fascinating because all of this conversation about Satoshi comes up all the time, and you have these HBO and whatever mainstream media sort of documentaries that come out, and they sort of try to look for Satoshi, and that's their only goal. And their pursuit, I think, is much more shallow than what you did, in the sense that they just interview people and they try to make some connections, and at the end they're like, oh, it was probably Peter Todd, right? Because why not? Or they say, well, it was Len Sassaman, which honestly I think is a credible candidate, if you ask me, because of that one reference in the white paper where you had to be there to know about that paper from Belgium. But my point is that what you did is much more in depth than anything else out there, and I wish it got more attention. I wish Bitcoiners would care. Maybe if it gets listed by Netflix or HBO or something, it's gonna get more eyes on it, and people will care much more about this kind of research. Unfortunately, it's maybe too short, so maybe you can have like an extended version of it for the purpose of just having it on streaming services. But if you're a Bitcoiner and you claim to care about Bitcoin, like, what do you actually care about? The number go up part? What's the price today? I don't even know. I haven't looked. But if you ask me, like, who are some of the cypherpunks that got involved with Bitcoin, I'm gonna name some names. I'm gonna think of some events that are important for the first year of this project, which I think is the crucial one. It's the one when you either make it or you're gonna end up with a failed project which doesn't go anywhere. And even Satoshi is quoted usually that you should pick up some coins just in case it gets some traction. And he also said the famous quote about there will either be, in 10 years, there will either be a lot of transactions or no transactions, which it's kind of obvious, but on the other hand,
it's quite tautological indeed.
Yes. I don't know what's the question here. It's just a general remark that you did a very good job looking at this stuff very much in depth, and I wish more people cared, even though it had like a decent amount of traction on Twitter, and I guess also on Nostr. Oh, you struggled to upload this on Nostr. I did see that.
Yes, I did struggle. Well, you know, I mean, the reaction was absolutely incredible. I mean, as far as the Bitcoin stuff reaction could have gotten, it's absolutely great. And 230,000. I mean, listen, this is literally a video, a 12-minute video about the most technical and the most hardcore, literally every single technical aspect and hardcore aspect of a Bitcoin node. This is a 12-minute video. The fact that it got 225, 35, close to 250,000. If I don't say so myself, I think that is quite a nice achievement. But the thing is, like, the thing with the video is, like, I never wanted the video to explain anything. See, there's the artistic part, the emotional part, and then there's the scientific part. The scientific part and the research, that's on the website. Like, you have everything you want. If you want to understand, that's where you're going to understand it. You're not going to understand it from a video. If I would have tried to make the video so you understand it, we would have been probably 5 hours. Think about like this. Look how big that is and how much is written. Like, I also like to, and as you can probably tell, I'm just such a, like, I like to be so braggadocious. I'm so vain and such a petty person. I fucking love it. Someone said I may have invented a new genre of cinema. This is the first time someone dramatized the research paper. Again, it's a research paper. I think this is what people don't understand. There's not a person, no matter how smart you are, when you read an actual dense research paper, you're not going to understand it from the first part. So I never tried it for anyway. So the whole point with the video for me was that I wanted the video to be like a commercial for the website, if you may. And I just said, I'm not going to, my goal here isn't to explain things. My goal is to just show some kind of things here and there, But my goal was to tell you how this is how I feel about this thing. I think I just love this so much that I'm gonna fucking make every single ounce, every single thing to mean something. When I show you the website, I want to zoom into it. When I show you the Patoshi pattern, I want it to be move out, zoom out. It's like, and there were all these feelings. I was always trying to go for some feelings because for me, I remember when I learned the Patoshi pattern the first time, I just kind of, I had all these tabs open, and I was just, my head was going crazy, and I was annoyed because I couldn't understand. It was this and that and this and that, and I kind of feel like, I was like, let me put that feeling there, because there's no way anyone will relate to this from the first reading. Maybe someone relates with the feeling, you know. So that's what this thing was. It wasn't trying even to be a documentary, though a lot of people have called that, and I'm sure you could make a case for it. It's literally a very, very fancy talking head. That's really what it is. I say something, I show it to you on my laptop. I say something, I show it to you on my laptop. There's no action, by the way. There's actually no action anywhere, you know? So that's really what I tried to do with the website. And don't try to, this is the mistake. Don't try to get anything like this. There's nothing to get there. If you just let yourself go, look at the nice lights and the camera movements. Then if that's something to go on the website or not, that's fine. No worries about it, you know. But don't try to get it. You're not gonna get it. I will tell you this: if you would have shown me this website in this video a year ago, I have to admit there's no way I would have needed at least 2 weeks every day to go for this stuff to make sense of it, because there's no way you can make sense of it. And a lot of people that I know that I'm close to, and they're hardcore protocol developers, they also had questions, but they weren't like, you know, I don't get this or whatever. It's like, yeah, that's kind of the point. It's a research paper, you know. So yeah, in terms of like, you know, if this addresses what you said earlier, bam.
Yeah. I'm not sure what I can add to this. What was the general feedback? Like, did you actually have someone who told you that you might be wrong somewhere? Or did everyone praise the research and say that it's possibly the most advanced that we've ever had?
I mean, literally, you can go and check the comments. Everyone said that, and also a lot of people praised the cinematography. And I will also admit this: like, this wasn't like the main reason. Like I said, I just couldn't stay away from it. Again, when the Red Hot Chili Peppers song "Can't Stop the Spirits When They Call You," the spirits fucking called me, man. I don't know what it was, or that's how I rationalized my madness. But another reason why I kind of also wanted to do this was like, I'm working on my movies. I said, like, I'm gonna push as hard as I can with my cinematography to show off, to see this is how good I am. This is how good something like this could be. Because again, I do want to make commercial. I'm looking for sponsors and whatever. So that a lot of people, and I know there's not even a single. I challenge anyone to name a single video that was ever made, ever in Bitcoin since it existed that comes even close to this. There's not a single thing. Maybe there's a short movie that was done in 2014 or something, but again, that's a short movie. That's not something like this. So yeah, what was the original question?
If there was any negative feedback,
Oh
I
yeah.
guess.
So most people focus on the cinematography because it was the most obvious thing. I mean, there are like a few people, but they were like, in the video, they pick on a sentence like, in the video, you said this, should have said probably. I'm like, yeah, dude, I say in the article, I literally say in the article, this is probabilistic and I can't prove for sure. Of course, in the video I said, I mean, it just sounds such a crazy thing. Like people pick on the weirdest things. I don't know. I really think, and even some people say this, I know there are a lot of people who are very fucking jealous of this thing, because I know for a fucking, I don't give a fuck if you think I'm arrogant or whatever. Again, challenge my results if you think so. I think there were a lot of people who are just envious, and they were just trying to find reasons, because they were just trying to find the most dumbest thing that had nothing. The word, they just don't see why. How could you even attack them? If someone finds something wrong actually with the article and whatever, please contact me. I will absolutely correct it, and I'll absolutely like add you to the section, and I'll clarify this was wrong and whatever. But no one even attempted to do that. There were just these strange things. So yeah. But again, I mean, literally everyone. I knew for a fact when I'm gonna launch this, everyone jaws is gonna drop, and everyone's gonna be like, "This is insane." And by the way, I made all of this by myself. Might I say that the research and all this stuff by myself, not a single person. By the way, when the camera is dollying towards me, I'm pulling the fucking dolly and doing the thing. All right. So I don't know. I think I think it's something special. So yeah.
Yeah, you nailed it. I did see some people complaining that the music is too loud and distracting to what you're saying.
Just to show you how fucking vain I am and how fucking
Exactly.
petty of a human being I am. Here's the right now. Obviously, I will admit that sound equalizing and whatever is my weakest part. Now, I know a bit about it, but I'm not as good as cinematography. So I always come in with this thing. But when I did this, I tested it on any devices in any environments. I mean, again, I tested it extensively. People cannot imagine the depth I went for this. And I knew the music was going to come out. The voice cuts for the music. But then people keep saying they can't understand the words, and I realize, well, I talk weird. That I have a fucked up accent. That's what it is, and I talk very fast. So I do probably think this. But then I keep people skip saying every single person was a person who was not necessarily very technical. So and I know it's very petty. I know, but that's who I fucking am. That's how I do things. And I believe it's obvious what's happening right now is that they just couldn't understand what the fuck I'm talking about, which is a valid thing to say. But they were just blaming it on the music. And they're free to blame on the music, and it's fine. It's not like, oh my God, I'm gonna change my life or I'm not gonna add music or whatever. But I don't know. It just seemed like it just didn't make any sense to me. So yeah.
I was actually curious because at the end of your article, you put some donation links.
Yep.
I'm gonna look up your on-chain address to see if anyone sent you anything for this, because I think it's amazing research, but to be honest, Bitcoiners tend to be more on the cheap side. And they're like, oh, that's cool. They're gonna take it and not reward you or credit you too much or anything. And that happened to me before. And I hope it's different in your case. But let me open up a blockchain explorer.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know. Again, at the end of the day, obviously, some part of it is kind of like I obviously want the recognition and whatever because I put in the work and whatnot. But it can't stop people being people on the internet, you know. But that's why. But you know, I know I could have just gone a bit more hard. You mentioned the watermarks again. Everything that is made by me has a watermark. Everything else just has burnt in the links to the original sources. You know, at the end of the day, I don't own the public events. That doesn't not belong to me. I can't do anything about it. But I did put this thing together, and this is the work. So it would be very much appreciated if people are nice and source the thing. But if they don't, I mean, again, it is what it is.
Do you want to know how much money you received to your Bitcoin address?
Well, I think I know. I think it's probably like $20 or $30 or something like this.
$35.
Yeah, I mean, again, thank you very much. I'm very happy. It's also something compared to nothing. So yeah, I mean, again, I'm happy. I had 0 before that. Now I have plus 35. So I'm very happy with it. Of course, I'd want more. Do I think it deserves more? Yeah, can't you see how fucking much I think of myself and whatever? Of course, but again, it's kind of like I don't know. I just put a donation there because I feel like some people might do it, and I think that's a nice gesture. And if they want to, sure. But it wasn't like I was counting on the donations or something like that, you know. And also, like, I mean, talk about sponsorships. There wasn't like, who do you think I would go and show this video to, and they wouldn't jump in to do sponsorships initially? But I just really, maybe I was wrong here, but I don't think so. I just really wanted to keep this as pure, if that makes any sense in some ways. And I specifically held back from sharing this with anyone. I mean, there were probably like 2 or 3 people that knew of this, but there wasn't a single person that really knew the exact depth of the research and how it was going and whatnot. So, you know.
I mean, you can go to a bunch of mining companies and they're gonna be happy to sponsor this.
Yeah, again, like I'm looking for sponsors. All of this is out of my fucking pocket. 1 year of hardcore work. So if anyone is listening, I'm looking for sponsorship. Also in the next movie and whatever. Yeah, let's talk. I'm always down to get stuff anywhere. And plus, I have other projects. You want to see more stuff like this? Well, again, give me the money so I could film it and make it really cool and make it look, you know, well, dare I say, cinematic.
Oh yeah, I do like the cinematography of the whole thing.
Thank you.
The lighting is very nice, and you obviously paid attention to the focus and moving the camera. Like there's this, I'm looking at it right now, the way that you move from one screen to the other with your camera, like with a dolly or something, it looks very cool.
Thank you.
And the ways you pop up on screen in different situations and contexts. And you also have like the Eastern European tracksuit, which is very funny, like the Adidas one.
Yeah,
Chef's
in
kiss.
the other one. In the other one. Well, you know, the thing is, like, this is what I think a lot of people don't understand. The whole point of why this was cinematographical, obviously it was also for eye candy, but everything is practical because here's the thing right now. I'm just enumerating a bunch of shit on screen. And the difference between a lot of shit and something that's interesting and cohesive is categorization. So the reason I have all this lighting and whatever is to impose categorization. Like all the sections of whatever have a specific type of lighting, a specific type of everything. So subconsciously, you should already know you're going to something else. And regarding the camera movement's always an instrument there. I think so, but people are free to disagree. This is the art part of it, so you can say anything you want. There's nothing to measure here, but I just think that the movement is always motivated and always like has a specific purpose. And yes, and sometimes, I mean, most of it is silly. I mean, if I would have played this straight, like it would have just been so unwatchable, I think. So I had to be silly, had to be like popping up on screen and doing all these things and whatever, you know. But yeah.
I think also for the average attention span of people online, it's very good because constantly there's action on the screen. Every 5 seconds or something, there is a face or there's a text or something that pops. I think it took you a long time to edit, to put it together, but on the other hand, it's moving all the time. There is not one moment during this clip when you feel like it gets boring or you should look away from your screen because it became predictable. And also the funny stuff that you did with the magnifying glass on your mouth and whatever, that's cool. And your eyes.
As if it wasn't obvious, I have fucked up teeth. I had to do that also. As if it wasn't obvious. Yeah, well, you know, the thing is like, I also was aware of this, and because see, this is what it's kind of surprised me. But again, you can't do things for people, and you can't control people react. But I really was what I was expecting. What happened would just be like people would say, "I don't know what the fuck this guy is talking about," but I was entertained. That's really what I was going for, you know. And I feel like again, if you want to get, if all you want in the entertaining flashing lights, I think they are there, you know. But yeah, with the camera movement and whatever, I remember I was thinking like I was watching. I'm a huge Federico. I mean, again, I watch all the movies and whatnot. And I remember before I started this thing, I had this one. I was watching the scene in 8.5 when the guy comes back. Probably no one knows what I'm talking about. When the guy comes back to the hotel and his wife is calling him, and he's with the actress on the couch, and Fellini moves the camera, and he doesn't really cut that much. He just like moves all around. And I remember I was thinking, oh my God, this is what I'm missing, man. Shit, I need to find ways to do that, you know? And I was like, I need to remember, I need to do that more because I obviously cut so many times. I mean, come on, there's like a cut, like you said, every 5 seconds. But on some scenes, I try to avoid cutting and I try to stage it and move the camera and whatever. Like with the Dustin Trammell one or the better one, the Patoshi one, I really feel like that needed to be one take because there's so much stuff happening at you. If I cut, your brain switches to a different context. And I wanted to keep the cost of switching context in your brain minimal whenever I could, you know? So that's what it is. And yeah, I mean, there was thought between every single little thing there, you know? I think everything is motivated.
I just realized that my memory was not working very well because your tracksuit is a Nike and it's probably the same one that you're wearing right now.
No, but you are correct about the red one. There is the red one so the only part in the scene is the red one. So all the video is in this blue one, and the red one is the one at the end with the sponsorship because that's a different scene. That had to be different. So this is the video. Now you're doing a different thing. And again, the colors were absolutely important. Like every single, the reason I got this again, it's not like I am Eastern European. Of course, the tracksuit is the most elegant thing I own, obviously. But
We wear it at weddings.
well, Moldavian people do not. Some of us are a bit more elevated like that. Some of us that are not from Moldova. But yeah, I mean, it was very important to have all these things, you know. And again, the aspect ratios, everything was taught off to kind of like increase the chance. And again, I think it worked out because why else would I have gotten that attention, you know, if I was wrong or something?
Yeah, it's really cool. If you haven't watched it, I don't know why you're here. Like, seriously. After this podcast, just go and watch this. It's really good. Firstbitcoinminer.com. It's on the top of the page. It's also playing right now on the screen on this side without sound, but you should definitely listen to it. And Alex, I was thinking, honestly, I remember like 3 years ago I saw the trailer for Satoshi's Don't Exist. I was thinking that that one actually was released, but now I realize that it hasn't.
You're not gonna. I mean, if I tell you how this thing, people are gonna think I'm insane. So I started working on Satoshi's Don't Exist because I just found this was a very interesting thing because Satoshi don't exist. This is a computer scientific statement I'm making. You you can look, but I found it so very interesting that whenever you claim something like this to people that the units of the Bitcoin system functions without units, they just get like it's like they're getting exercised or something like this. And I of course I get it why, but I thought it's very interesting. So I knew this conflict was worth exploring. So I said, like, let me just do a movie about it. So that's a more of a traditional documentary. And I went to Azores. I filmed there some stuff. I filmed with some people, and that was all good and fine and dandy. Again, when I announced the launching, support was crazy. This is great. I made that poster. People liked it. It got a lot of attention. I also got some money, which was quite a nice chunk of change. And again, I needed to do all this stuff. Had to fly, had to do this, had to whatever. And then I got to the point where I was like, you know what? I really feel like this could be a thing that's going to rival everything in Hollywood, but I just need a bit more money. And by that time, I didn't really had something that was like, because I already knew how good I am at making the movie, but no one else, because I film all the commercials and all this other stuff, but I didn't have one big thing. So then I thought, like, because again, to some degree, that movie was kind of thinking of it in like a startup, that I wouldn't say like I was really worried too much about making profit and whatever. The most important thing for me is I have this vision. My existence is going to be poured into this, and I will fucking make it happen somehow. And I just realized I need more money, and I said, like, you know what? I don't think. And again, people were responding to it, but I couldn't get the big bucks that I wanted. So I said, how about this? How about I take all the money that I have right now, and I make a short movie out of this one. I filmed with I want anamorphic lenses. I want all this fucking stuff. And that's what the Bitcoin Core movie was. It was supposed to act like an MVP for the Satoshis Don't Exist. And I mean, I can't even tell you how hard it was. It's like, it's so strange, but for me, it was funny. But like, whenever you say you do things, people applaud you. But when you actually see it, people see it actually working. It's like, that's when people don't want. It's almost like, oh, they can see that you're actually gonna do it, so they kind of don't want to do it in some ways. I'm not saying that's what happened or that's how people think, but it just feels like that a lot of the times. So I did that thing. I kicked and screamed. There was like, you couldn't imagine how I had to jump to, how many things I have to jump through. And now I'm a year in from the Satoshi Don't Exist thing. I did this other movie. This one is waiting in the queue. And as I'm about getting ready to release this stuff last year, as I said, this thing fell into up again. The movie was done, by the way. The short movie, How to Install Bitcoin Core, was done. Filmed with anamorphic lenses, everything. A lot of people saw it. I sent it to them in private. And I just had this absolute strong feeling that the side quest is what I have to do. And I think I was very right, because it was, I mean, again, even at this point, I don't even know what's going to happen more, but just if nothing happens anymore, this was an incredible marketing win. And now I have that one thing that if I go and ask for a lot of money for the movie, it was like, what did you do? I did this by myself. Imagine if I get a bit more money and I get a crew. I think I can do something really great. I can go toe to toe to whoever is the best working right now in Hollywood. I'm not saying I'm trying to rival them on skill and whatever, but as far as story and feeling goes, and God damn it, I just know there's no one on the surface of or that cares more about the stuff that I care about. So, but again, I do feel I had to convince that. So now, waiting for the big bucks to come in, though I don't know if they will, but we'll see. The movie's still gonna get done. And also, I will say this one thing is that I'm just the kind of person that whenever someone proposes to lower down the quality, I mean, first of all, if anyone ever says that to me, I will attack you instantly. I refuse, no matter what it is, no matter what's the consequences. I never lower the quality. It takes longer, great. It will take longer. We'll find a way. It may not get done, great. I'd rather fail at something truly great and spectacular than be a fucking mediocre and just add that much more mediocrity in this world, because that's not going to make anyone's lives better. Now, am I pissing off a few people? Gotta crack a few eggs. Am I late? Yes, I'm fucking late. It's kind of nuts when you think about it. But at the end of the day, if this thing truly is something spectacular that people are going to talk about and they're going to feel deep about, and if 10 years from now and 100 years from now, people are going to talk about this, no one's going to remember the fucking deadline. No one's going to remember all these things. all they're gonna remember, and the reason we'll survive, it is because he was good and he had a lot of care. So this is just how I work. It's almost like it's pathological. I cannot do it. For the life of me, you could kill me. You could put a gun to my head and say, no, compromise this. I cannot fucking do it. Every pixel has to be perfect. So yeah, that's why that video is not out. But yeah.
Yeah, it's very much in line with my first impression of you. I remember meeting you in Berlin. It was right after the Lightning Conference 2019. It
I
was
think
on
it
the
was
last
2018 though.
no, 2019.
All right. Okay.
I remember very clearly. It was in Berlin at the legendary Room 77.
Yep.
That's where I met you.
Yes.
And I was also hanging out with Aaron from Bitcoin Magazine, Aaron van Vierdum. And
Yes, I
at the
remember.
time, he was working on the what became the Genesis book, which is the story of the projects before Bitcoin.
I forgot. Oh yes, I
And
remember
you
that.
went up to him and you're like, oh, so you write like a history book, but how about you find this cool marketing angle, something that's gonna make it mainstream and make the normies want to buy it? And
I don't think I would have ever said that. I would never use words like that. I
okay, that's what I remember from it. But basically, you're trying to push him into marketing it much better because it, in the way Aaron is very, how should I put it, dry and calm, and also not very excited about anything to the point that
He
even when
doesn't show it. He doesn't show it. He is very excited
exactly
about things.
he's
He really
he's
is. He really
very
is.
restrained when it comes to his feeling, composed or whatever you want to call him.
He's very. I think the
And
word you're looking for is Dutch. He's very Dutch. That's
he
what you're trying
didn't
to say.
express, so of course he's working on a book and he had been working at that point for like 2 or 3 years, but he wasn't very excited about it. Like when when you ask someone who's working on a book, they're gonna be like, yes, this is my book and this is like the most important work of my life and I wrote about this and this and this. And he was like, it's just cypherpunks that did projects before Bitcoin. And you're constantly trying to push him to make him more enthusiastic and also to push
I was
him
very
to
drunk
have like
also
an
back then. I was very
overarching
drunk.
story. You're telling him that it should have a story, even though it's just a bunch of facts put together in a book, in a compendium of facts. It should have like a story. I was like, I don't know how that can work. I was thinking about it, and I'm not sure if Aaron necessarily followed your advice, but I do think that your mutual connection and the person who reviewed his book and also reviewed your technical facts is Shores. I'm not sure how you pronounce his last name, but the
Sure,
Dutch guy.
Provost. Yeah. Well, no. Well, first of all, I want to be very clear. No. So when I wrote the article, Aaron is the first person that I sent it to, by the way. And I don't want to get into that, but first of all, Aaron was fine and was an absolute sweetheart and helped me out. And by the way, in the first version of the article, which was admittedly very, very wrong before, I actually had such a very silly mistake. And he actually pointed that out, and that's why I made more discoveries. Anyway, that's why I figured out the Halts. But the point is that Aaron didn't review any of the article. No one that is mentioned in the thanks section in the about article, no one reviewed. I mean, it says there very clear. Not sure why you would actually say he reviewed it technically when I feel like this is an important thing to get really clear here. I mean, I say here, please know none of the people mentioned have formally reviewed or endorsed this work. Any mistakes, inaccuracies, or misinterpretations are entirely my own. So none of them reviewed. But I did send it to a few people here, and Shores was one of them, and Aaron was one of them, and MZ was one of them. And yeah, they offer some very light feedback and whatever. But did not review my technical facts or something. I really don't understand why you said that when it says it very clearly they didn't review it. I feel it's important to be clear about this because
I just want to say that MZ is a great guy and super
I agree.
underrated and humble. I interviewed him on my podcast like 4 or 5 years ago when we were in Riga, and I've met him in person a few times in Mallorca at a conference. Very down to earth guy. Also, the first guy that I know who pre ordered a Steam Deck. It was, I think, on the same night when Kale came up with his cash idea for Chami and eCash on top of Lightning, there was MZ at the other table who was pre-ordering his Steam Deck. I remember
Yeah,
this and I was very drunk.
MZ is very smart, super, super, super in the know. I mean, absolutely in the know, very smart. Um, runs the fucking DNS and whatever. Just someone who has an incredible wealth of knowledge, absolutely incredible wealth of knowledge when it comes to Bitcoin. I mean, super in the know. I was always very impressed with he's an absolutely amazing human being. I'm not trying to downplay that or something, but and I'm not saying that's also not an important quality he has, but he just it's incredible how vast his wealth of knowledge is, you know. But you mentioned the Aaron earlier. I forgot about that thing. It's so funny how things happen like this. But like, you're right that I actually was telling him that he should make it. I think I was trying to make it more. I would never say to do marketing and make normie shit. That's if I ever said that I was a clone of me and someone else, that I would never ever utter those words out of my mouth. But what's really funny, that I think ever since the book came out, I always, every time I see him, I'm like, I wanted to get the movie rights for the book, because I thought the book was absolutely really well written and whatever, And he's always like, I don't know, we'll see, maybe, whatever. And I always wanted to get the rights for this book, but it's just funny because I don't think I knew him back then when I was drunk and I was saying whatever. And yeah, it's funny how it turned out all the way around, and he even like got to review the article and whatever. Yeah, it's quite funny how things happen like that.
It's a small world. Like, maybe that you're gonna look at the chain and be like, oh, it must be like 1 million people using Bitcoin. But on the other hand, the ones who are very involved and go to conferences and care about this stuff at a more profound level is very small. And it's also why it feels like high school or kindergarten sometimes, with people who have just personal vendettas that go across multiple years or decades. Or they just don't like that one guy and they don't want him to speak at a conference or get his BIP merged or whatever. It feels like this sometimes, but
yeah, but really
world.
To comment directly, indeed it is a small world. That's a very valid point. But to comment on this thing and whatever, you know what? I mean, be undeniable. Go and be so fucking undeniable that no one can do anything and limit what you're doing. Go and do the greatest fucking thing that was done with your thing and just make it so fucking great. It is impossible for everyone to ignore it. I mean, it's kind of strange if you really, truly, absolutely care about something. You feel that you're gonna die. You feel that your soul will leave your body if you don't fucking this thing doesn't see the light of day. Then you can't sit there and be like, oh, let me help this guy do this and whatever. You have to become undeniable. You have to become undeniable, because if you really care about this thing, it's an important thing for the world, and we're making the world a better place. Those things that you probably think that people are getting in the way and whatever, they will be so irrelevant. Like, is your work really that small of a thing that it could get, that someone could get in the way of it? Do you truly believe this is something that the world needs? That it's almost like it's a force of nature that asks you, the God asked you to go and do that. Well, that's how you do about this, So I don't know, when I don't feel like, I'm sorry, this is just what I feel like. That's how you should approach it. If someone is trying to get in your end, whatever, okay, I'll fucking show you. All right, okay, let's see where this goes. All right, okay, great. My existence becomes about this right now. See you on the other fucking side. That's the way to approach this, So yeah.
I agree with you, and this is coming from a guy who got canceled 2 years ago for
Why did you
interviewing
get
the wrong
canceled?
person. I did an interview with Roger Ver, of all
Oh
people,
yeah.
and people really hated me for that. Like, the amount of hate and false rumors that were spreading around, that I got paid, that I don't know, a sellout. And last year I even met, I'm not gonna say exactly who, but this guy, he also has a podcast in Bitcoin, and was like, oh, Vlad, it's so good to see you. So unfortunate that you had to stop your podcast after your Roger Ver interview. And I was thinking, is he trolling me, or is he really this misinformed? Like, I've had much bigger interviews than the one with Roger in terms of numbers.
Like the one with me right now. I'm kidding.
Hopefully, yes, it should be bigger than that one. But my point is that these people really don't want me to succeed. And this only pushes me to want to succeed even more and just do it. I don't care if I don't get invited to conferences. I don't care if I'm a shitcoiner or whatever. All I know is that I know more about Bitcoin than the average Bitcoiner, and I keep learning, and I do it for myself. and I don't care what they think, to be honest. And if anyone chooses to listen to this, I'm always surprised. Like, I think right now we have more than 500 people who tuned in for the live stream, which is something.
Hello to everybody there, and I'm sure they all probably think I'm very annoying. I'm more than certain.
Yeah. So yeah, by the time I publish it on Spotify and whatever, it will be more than 2,000. That's my average for this season. And I know it's not like a million or something, but honestly, how many people do you honestly think that care about this kind of stuff and are willing to listen to 2 hours of conversation about it?
I don't know. You know what? See, this is the thing. It's like, I know I went on this very like, oh my God, I'm such an artist. I don't care about, I can't even think about what other people say and whatever. And that is true. I really do believe that there is the part of making the thing. But I also do think that after you do it and you're done with it and you make it in your own way, I think you should try to, so the product, you should never change the product for any reason except your own. But I do think there's this other component of like, how do you package it? And how do you do it on social media? How do all these things, you know? So that is where I feel like is the part where you can tweak. It's like you, if you see the world a certain way, you see the world a certain way. But like how this gets put out there and whatever, that you can do it in a million ways and put it out there and whatever, you know? So yeah.
Also want to say that there is someone in the chat. His name is Florin. He's a fellow Romanian. And he just told me in the chat on Twitter that your first video together made me study Bitcoin, and for that I thank you. So he's referring to an interview that we did in Romanian like 4 or 5 years ago. And he watched that, and apparently we turned him into a proper Bitcoiner because of that.
Well, hello, Farid, and I'm very happy that, you know, there's one action that I took in this world that really just pushed someone in a direction that, you know, had some sort of any type of like just positive impact in any way, even if it's in the slightest and whatnot. Yeah, I'm very happy about that. Um, yeah, I think that was a long time I forgot about it. Yes, indeed.
It's not our first interview per se, because I translated a book in Romanian and then I decided to do a series of interviews just to support the book. And I didn't go too far because I realized that nobody cares, but that's another conversation. When we met for the first time in Berlin, you were drunk, yes, and you were telling me, Vlad, you gotta do this meetup in Romania. You do it in Bucharest, and you're gonna have hundreds of Romanians coming, and you're gonna be the boss, and they're all gonna know that you're the fucking man.
It's so strange that you say that. I don't. First of all, you're gonna be. First of all, this whole idea of pushing people to just do something they really care. That is always me. That's always how I go. I feel like anything in life. If you take a breath, if you inhale air once, that's the attitude you should inhale it with. But I just don't remember saying like the meetup is going to be that big. I think what I was saying is more like, I think I was pointing out there's a gap for that, and there aren't that many meetups. And I think at that time, meetups were getting quite popular and quite hot because it was after 2017. There were people. It was still kind of like, it wasn't as mainstream as today. And I think I was just trying to point out that there's maybe a gap there that you could probably address. I think that's what I may have been saying.
Oh, that's very diplomatic, but I do remember what you
I'm
said.
not
And
diplomatic.
it was more than that. But my point is that, unfortunately, there's not much interest, but I know how to fix it. So I've been thinking of how to do this. And I think this summer I'm going to do a series where I'm going to use one of these ride-sharing apps. And I'm going to use my car and tell the people that they get the ride for free if they want to talk about Bitcoin with me. And it's going to be filmed.
That's a marvelous idea. Do it. That has so much potential. Put a camera in the front there, whatever. And I mean, again,
clip microphones or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, you could. It's so easy to do it. You don't even have to clip it. I mean, you could use so many options. Cost per episode becomes cost of guest, right? That's really what it is. Cost per episode.
Yeah, if I get a sponsor or something and I already have an idea like a wallet or whatever so that they install it during the show, and that should be enough. And maybe one of these ATM companies, but as far as I know, Bitcoin Romania, which is the largest ATM company around here, they're kind of dicks and they don't work with anyone. I don't know, they sort of live in their own world. They don't care about anything. But could be interesting because I onboard people with an actual wallet and then maybe I send them like $5 or something. Now the on-chain fees are very low. Maybe it's a bad idea if the fees get higher later. but still, it's something. And it gets people, and maybe I can start like a network where I tell people next time try to pay for your ride with this or something like
Dude, you
whatever.
have to try this. You can't wait for a sponsor. This is such an easy, low-hanging fruit idea. Anyone who will hear this is going to, I mean, it has such incredible viral potential. And again, the cost of it is actually quite low because it's just the cost of gas. That's what all it is.
Of
And
course,
your
the
time,
part that I
obviously.
hate the most about everything content is the editing. And it's gonna be in Romanian, so I cannot work with English people, so I need to find someone who's a good editor and knows
Yeah,
Romanian.
for me, that sounds like excuses. I don't think. Here's another thing that I want to share with you is like, you know what my single biggest mistake was with working on that Satoshi movie, and I had to learn the hard way. I also thought that I need more people and whatever. I'm not trying to look down on the other people because when we went in, I had a crew and we filmed on the island and whatever, it was great, and we got the shots and it was great, and a lot of these things wouldn't have not happened without it. But I just feel like all the time it takes to talk to people and whatever, and then you have to explain to them this, and you see it in their head, and then you have to convince people of this. You're always gonna be better off doing it yourself. When you are gonna sit down and look at it, you're gonna draw. It will be faster, and you'll just get a better result. So I just feel like don't just do it, man. And also like the good part about it is the editing shouldn't be that hard because you're just maybe you have two cameras, maybe you just have one. If you have one camera, you just have to cut out the spaces. If you have two cameras, you just have to cut an action. So there isn't like you have to. There shouldn't be any narrative that you have to worry about if you're consistent with because the narrative is happening as you talk to the person, right? I don't want to try it. This is a scam or whatever tension happens there. So I think you shouldn't really worry too much about it. You should just do it. Um, you have to retard max. That is the
Yeah,
only
yeah.
way. You
I
have
have
to
a
really
plan for
retard
like
max.
10 episodes in 10 different cities during the summer. And I
No,
just
that's not
need
gonna
someone to
work.
come along
You
with
have
me.
to do it tomorrow. If you want us to do it, you have to do it. If you want to work, you have to do it tomorrow. You can't wait. If you wait for 10 months, it's like who knows what happens and whatever.
I didn't say 10 months, I said 10
Sorry,
episodes.
yeah. You can't wait till the summer. Tomorrow. Well, it's actually summer now. You have to do it now. You have to start now. You have to be like, tomorrow I'm fucking getting out of my car and I'll do it the first time. Let's see how it looks like. You're gonna gain information. A lot of the assumptions you're introducing right now are gonna be proven false because you're talking to you're in your home, I mean, or in your philosophizing this. As you're doing the car, you realize, oh, this thing happens. Like, oh, the sound is like this. Oh, actually, people don't actually go in the direction I thought they were. They go in the other one. So the more assumptions you add, the harder you'll make, and you'll find out that you predicted things that won't make sense, and you don't feel bad because your prediction are not going well. So retard max all the way. That's what I would say with everything, pretty much.
Do you
Yeah.
go to any meetups where you are? Not that I want to dox you or something.
No, I haven't gone to meetups. I haven't gone to conferences. I haven't gone to anything because I'm really not. I was gonna say with the risk of being arrogant, as if anyone thinks anything else of me at this point. I just cannot find content or stuff that elevate. Not that elevates, but it's like no one is talking about things that I could go like, oh, I didn't know that. Oh, I never thought about it. Every time I look at something, for me, it's always like, oh, actually, here's 10 things you got wrong, and I feel like I want to correct. You know what I'm trying to say? So I haven't went. I used to go. I used to go to everything. If there was like two people having a beer and they would call it a meetup, I would show up there. Everything, any conference, anything you could imagine, I was there all the time. But I haven't done it in like 4 or 5 years or something. I'm just going mad by myself, talking to the camera and recording it and doing this stuff. Yeah.
No, but this is also more deep in some way because you went early on, like in your first 5, 6 years in Bitcoin, you went to meet people and then you realized that there's not much for you to learn there. And you decided to do some personal research and spend more time with yourself, just pursuing the projects that you want. Yeah, pursuing the projects that you want to exist in the world. But on the other hand, my argument for going to conferences is not that you should listen to anything being presented on the stage. Like, most likely there's a live stream of that, and you can go home and watch it on YouTube during your meal. So there's nothing special about the presentations. The value of going to conferences is just talking with people, meeting them, getting like a greater. So if you're new to this space, you're actually gonna meet the people from Twitter in real life, which is cool. if you've been around for a while and you're like me and you have a podcast, you got to meet new people, or you just need to talk to the old ones and see if you can get more interviews. And if you're just interested in research or whatever, you look at the list of speakers and you just exchange information face to face or have dinner with the people that you like. So that's sort of the value proposition. Of course, in the era of AI, you can assume very safely that anyone not going to conferences might just be an AI on the internet. So yeah, there's that.
I mean, okay. Look, that's a very valid point. I'll give you that. You'd obviously go to the conference to talk with people and whatever. So, fair enough. But for me, it just seems kind of a big opportunity cost. So, I mean, now that I have this research out and whatever, I'm obviously more willing to to go anywhere, promote it, talk about it. I mean, again, I could talk to every person on the planet and still not run out of things or have to repeat myself. So I have a lot to say, and I, I I'm definitely more willing. But yeah, we'll see.
Do you want to talk about what's happening in Bitcoin right now? We're gonna have two forks next month.
I absolutely do. But is there any chance we can take a small break and I could take a leak because I've been
Yes,
drinking
sir.
10 liters of
Go
water.
ahead. I'm gonna plug some ads in the meantime.
Please do so.
I will talk to myself just like you do sometimes when you have to work on these film projects. So, guys, it's really good that you're still here. Let's talk about SideShift once again because they have this very cool interface for swapping, and it's a bad idea to hold on to stable coins for the simple reason that yes, of course, their one USDT is gonna be worth $1 until proven otherwise. If Tether is not solvent or whatever, you might have some issue. But it's a good hedge against volatility, but it's also a bad way of storing value because it's confiscatable. These contracts that are set up on Ethereum and Polygon and what else is out there, Tron and Solana, they make sure that they have some confiscation clauses so that they freeze assets that come from the quote unquote wrong country or wrong activity. And you never know when someone sends you USDT or whatever, whether or not you're gonna have it. So it's good to swap it as quickly as you can if you want to hold long term into Bitcoin or Bitcoin Cash or Litecoin or whatever it is that you might be interested in. Ethereum, they have all the pairs on sideshift.ai. Check it out. Also, Orangerock, a very nice trading platform available on mobile, and you have all the privacy coin pairs, which maybe you don't find on any traditional exchange, any centralized exchange or whatever. And once again, this is non-custodial, which means that you have control over your keys. When you send a transaction, you send a transaction, and that's the extent of it. You don't have to think too much in terms of getting banned and losing your funds and whatever. You're just trading whatever you think is interesting. You can even gamble, which means that you use leverage, which I don't recommend, but I'm saying that you can do it if you think you know better than me. And the URL is orangerock.com. Also, Cake Wallet, check them out. They have one of the nicest wallet UXs. And I think it's a bit unfortunate that Cake Wallet is referred to as a wallet because it has like the entire ecosystem. It has exchange features, it has gift cards, and a lot of stuff that you find usually on lots of other websites. So check out Cake Wallet, download it today. I think they're getting close to 1 million downloads, and they really want to ramp up this process. They were at 750,000 like 2 months ago. And Alex, let's talk about the forks that are coming. It seems like the Nonce people are really not happy that there are dicks on the blockchain. And then you have the builders who are fed up with the politics of Bitcoin Core, and they want to experiment with stuff on another chain which copies the same UTXO set. Which one do you want to address first?
Well, first of all, I just feel that I think we're falling in a very big trap by talking about this. You see, the thing is, this fork with the knots in or whatever, I mean, is beyond retarded. I mean, at least in 2017, you could make first of all, making the blocks bigger is not objectively worse. Making them really big, it's objectively worse. Also, Segwit did increase the block size. It did it in this very interesting way where there's specific witness data put in another place, and then you commit the data in the Coinbase. But still, I mean, that was a debate you could have. I could again, blocks are, you can put more data in the blocks right now. So there was a way to debate with it. It's like, how do you get there? How do you do it, and whatever. And a lot of people reference that, but like, this is retardation. This is retardation in the most purest form. It makes no sense whatsoever. It adds zero benefit. It does not even solve what these people think they're going to solve. And it's just like, there's just a few people who got scammed by Luke, really, because I don't know, I guess he was around for some time, which I also had a lot of respect for him. But it's one of those things, like when you have someone in the back of the class and they never talk, and you think he's smart because of that, because just you never hear them say dumb things. But then he starts talking like, Jesus Christ, the guy's the biggest fucking moron on the planet. Like, that's really what it is. It's as simple as that. That's exactly what happened. And they just get to this point where they just spread this absolutely insane moral panic, which really objectively could just hurt a lot of stuff in Bitcoin and whatever. And the only reason they're getting attention, the singular reason they're getting attention, is because they are saying all these awful things, and the most awful thing that people are sensitive with. That's what's going to happen if our fork doesn't happen here and whatever. I mean, I made a tweet yesterday and I said the singular reason this thing is getting attention is because they are telling a story that's easy to understand but hard to verify, because you need to look at the code and say, like, this doesn't make any sense, and they're spreading moral panic. And this is it's exactly like the BSV people. The strategy is to trigger you somehow, because it's the only way they're going to get attention. And again, there's no minor support, there's no nothing. There's literally, I'm not exaggerating, there are 10 fucking people that are literally taking this serious, and 7 of them work for fucking Ocean, and the other 3 are some fucking stupid plebs who just need something to like yell about, and feel like they're proud. And I'll say this and I can end it. The other part is that, see, you know what it is, man? When I got into Bitcoin, it was embarrassing. It was literally embarrassing for you to not learn stuff. Like, you would meet people and you had to know more than you know last time. That's how I was, it was this, everyone, podcasters, everyone, they were, the podcast a lot of times like, oh, I tried this new product and blah, blah, blah. And there was always this thing going on. So everyone was just getting smarter all the time by various amounts and whatever. But then after 2020 or something, it just, because all this new people came in, there wasn't this shame of like, oh my God, you're not learning. It was actually like, oh, but no one else is learning. And ever since then, a lot of people kind of didn't learn stuff, but Bitcoin still evolved. So now they still want to talk about things and argue about things, but they're so behind. They don't know they don't again, you can see a lot of people always try to make everything about SegWit or about, it's like, dude, it has nothing to do with it. You're just trying to find a way to say something about this thing, and there's a lot of these people who haven't learned anything for a long time. And there's this vacuum of like, oh shit, I need to update some new stuff that I could talk about because I want to talk about things. And the option was like, go and learn some new stuff, which is hard. And then Ocean filled this void perfectly, because they were like, here's something that you can yell about, that you can understand in 2 seconds, and other people cannot call you that you're stupid because you're claiming moral panic. And then even if they show you bits of the code and whatever, you just say, no, I think my node is important and I vote on the network. That's factually not true. No, that's not true. You're a bad person, So it's almost like the memeology of it. It worked out so well that there was this vacuum of people, and they just served it so well. And that's why this is here. There's nothing to talk. There's literally nothing to talk about. There's no way. You couldn't pay me. It's like you could put a gun to my head for me to steal them their point, and I just cannot fucking do it. So it's pure retardation. That's what it is.
Yeah, I think that there are 2 elements to it. First, you have people who learned about how Bitcoin works from metaphors and podcasts that are not technical, and they just explain it like with comparisons to real world stuff, which is nothing like Bitcoin, to be honest, but they just like these metaphors because they're easy to digest and your grandma can understand it. And they never cared to go beyond this point. They just regurgitate the same talking points. Secondly, they tied this to the Epstein files and to people like Andy Back and what's the name of the CEO of Blockstream?
Andy Back, dude, that's
Austin
fucking
Hill.
Adam Back, man. Come on, let's be honest. That's fucking Adam motherfucking Back. The man invented Zcash, and has made so many fucking contributions to this space. That's fucking Adam Back. What the fuck? Come on.
No, but Epstein referred to Andy Back, and people speculate that it might have been Adam Back because that was in the context of meeting with Blockstream when they were raising money.
I took the bait.
Whatever.
I still took the bait on this one. All right, okay.
That was Epstein saying Andy Back. I guess
Right.
that's how he remembered it,
I saw
or
people,
they were that close that he could call him Andy.
I don't even know about that. I think that's beyond retarded. I mean, honestly, that's just people trying to find stupid stuff. I just saw people, say Andy when they talk to Adam back on the fucking Twitter and whatever because he tells them they're retarded. So yeah. Okay. Anyway, sorry, I interrupted you.
Yeah, and the other element is that they've had this scandal in Bitcoin Core, and I think Gloria Zhao is like the poster child of the new generation of developers, and they
But
really
what is the
hate
scandal,
her.
though? Again, I don't think that there is a scandal there. I think they're just claiming there's a scandal. I don't think there is a scandal.
Well, they're saying that she was like this diversity hire at Chain Code Labs, and that she did not deserve her spot, and that there were better developers who did not get the grants and whatever, and she was like a plant that was being used to promote these ideas, and they're trying to portray her as being very stupid and clueless, and they don't like the fact that when she was on podcasts she wasn't talking like the average pleb and actually had some of her own opinions. And then you get loonies like Jeff Booth who are like, well, I met Gloria during a trip and she told me that she had 0 Bitcoin, and they got triggered by this, like it even matters to be a developer how much Bitcoin you have. Or if someone asks you, oh, do you have Bitcoin, you're gonna say, oh yeah, a lot of it. That's really not how it works. But my point is that they have their own ideology, they have their own list of enemies, which is the Epstein list, which is also these core developers who contributed to version 30 of Bitcoin Core, which they really hate. And they also have their own client, which is a fork of Bitcoin Core, and their own mining pool, which is like the perfect storm to put together a fork. And they're gonna deny that they're launching a hard fork, but essentially I think that's what it's gonna be. And so a lot of these people are very clueless. They're ideological and passionate about their feelings, but they don't really know what they're getting into. As soon as they're gonna find themselves on a separate blockchain, I'm not even sure how they're gonna react, but it's gonna be interesting to see coming next month. I'm gonna have to load up on popcorn.
I mean, again, I don't know. I think it's just retarded. I think literally spending any second on talking and engaging with these people is just such an absolute waste of humanity's potential. I feel like this is the worst thing. Like, how sometimes you see like, how people say like Einstein, look what humans could do. Look how someone could look and come up with the idea of space and time and light has to be constant and whatever. But sometimes you have like the opposite of that, and that's what this nuts thing is. It's the opposite of that. It's absolute pure stupidity. It's nothing to talk about, really, man.
Well, they're gonna divide the community, which is gonna be
But they're
interesting.
not dividing anything, Vlad. What the fuck we talking about? There's 50 fucking people on Twitter, man. There's no this is not real. What are you talking about? There's 50 people on Twitter, and a few other 50 that are gullible. Out of the other 50 that engage with them that are not on the side, 25 of them are gullible and pick the bait every time, and the other 25 are like, this is like good engagement farming, so let's just go for it. And there's nothing here. What are we? There's no nodes, man. There's no fucking nodes. There's nothing. It's just 10. It's a very small group of people having this conversation. But you see them in your feed all the time, and it feels like it's more, but it's not. It's absolutely not more than that. So it's just
Actually, there's a website that was made by another Romanian. It seems
I know
like
him well. I'm friends with him.
Toshi.
I'm
So
friends with Zender. We're friends, yes.
it's kind of funny that there are not too many Romanians in the space, and the ones that are around, they're doing something which is kind of important.
Well, I mean,
Myself excluded, I don't do anything
myself
important.
excluded. I just do retarded stuff.
But there's a website by ZND Toshi which actually tracks the supporters of Nonce and the ones who are gonna activate BIP 110. And it's quite interesting to see who is in there. I think the credibility of the movement was Granted, once Nick Szabo said that, yeah, you should run Nonce because I'm a lawyer and I understand that there's legal risk to carrying this kind of data on your node and blah blah blah, which I think is bullshit. I expected better from that guy, but at least now I know he's not Satoshi. But
Yeah.
I still hope I'm gonna get him on my podcast regardless. Nick Szabo, if you're listening to this, you're always welcome. And yeah, if you're not passionate about the subject, maybe we should switch.
Isn't that not passionate? It's just a stupid thing. It's dumb people doing bad stuff that could cause harm because they're stupid and lazy. And they're so fucking self-entitled that somehow the world needs to do what they do, even though they're not willing to put in the extra work or learn or anything. It's just retardation. I really genuinely feel it's a disservice to the human race to give them attention, in all honesty.
Yeah, and they're not listening to this podcast, so I'm not concerned. Let's talk about the other fork, which is gonna add drive chains to Bitcoin. The information about it is on ecash.com. It's gonna give everyone free coins, but it's also taking half of Satoshi's Patoshi coins, giving them to early investors.
I don't know. I haven't really I heard tangentially that this thing is going on and whatever, but I don't really have the specifics of it, so I can't really say anything smart about it. But if you want me, I could share my opinion just on what you said, but I just don't have anything insightful to really share about it. I'm sorry, I just didn't look at it.
Okay, so do you think that there is a risk that... So for example, there's gonna be a sidechain that's called Elements Plus on eCash, which has basically a fork of Blockstream's Elements sidechain, but with CTV, Opcat, and also a bunch of opcodes that are part of the proposal in Bitcoin for the Great Script Restoration. Unfortunately, over the last few months, it became very depressing in Bitcoin. You had Rusty Russell, the guy who was pushing for the activation of the Great Script Restoration. He was working at Blockstream and he was like the main Lightning developer. And he decided to leave Bitcoin altogether, and now he's doing Linux stuff and AI stuff. And you also saw a bunch of CTV.
I'm sorry, but just so we don't like get more stuff, but I struggle to see why. I mean, again, one of the smartest people that ever contributed in any way to Bitcoin. I mean, again, absolute top 10 wizards on the planet and whatever, Rusty. So clearly him not being here anymore, it's a big loss. But I just struggle to understand why that's a problem, though, beyond the fact that he was, it would be cool to have him here. Like, I'm not sure how that creates, I'm not sure how that has any negative effect beyond that. It would be good to have him because he's super smart and in the know.
He was the advocate. He was the one who came up with this concept of the Great Script Restoration at one of the BTC++ conferences.
But why does that matter, though?
It
Why
does matter
really
because I've interviewed, for example, Andrew Polstra, who is the head of research at Blockstream.
Another one of the
and
top
I've
wizards.
asked him, why doesn't any prev out activate? And he was like, well, it doesn't have a strong champion. And I was like, what does that mean? He said, well, it's important for every proposal to have someone to actually push it and advocate for it and explain to everyone why it's important. And I was like, isn't this like a meritocracy where you look at all the proposals out there and you pick the best one? And he said it doesn't really work like that. It should have like someone to push it all the time and explain to people why it's important to get consensus.
Well, first of all, I don't. What I'm trying to say here, I don't think the author needs to be the champion. There's a lot of examples of where this happened in the past, but I think Andrew, what Andrew is probably, I don't know what, I can't speak for him, and I didn't. I mean, I think I saw the interview, but I'm not 100% sure, or maybe it was a different one. But I think what he's trying to say here is that, well, I mean, just think about this. Everyone writes a BIP, and everyone thinks their BIP makes sense, and everyone has their stuff. So again, it's just a matter of like, but there has to be someone to package it and put it in front of people. It's just what it is. Information doesn't travel I mean, it travels instantaneously, but someone has to push it somewhere. And I think he was just trying to say that someone needs to take care of that and do that, So yeah, I think that's what it is. But so I don't really feel like just because Rusty left to do other things, it should be necessarily like a reason to panic over anything, as far as I'm concerned. Though again, it is a big loss, but still not a reason to panic.
I'm not saying anyone should panic. It's just that
Maybe I
it seems like
misinterpreted, sorry.
it's less likely for this proposal to get traction, and it seems more like we're gonna get ossified, which I don't really like, in the sense that I don't think that Bitcoin is ever complete. In order for it to be complete, it needs to achieve this idea of peer-to-peer electronic cash, which it really hasn't so far. It's more of a digital collectible. And
Right.
people sometimes use it for payments, but it's the primary use case is speculation. It's not really payments, and we haven't really achieved payments at a large scale. The adoption is actually, in terms of large retail stores accepting Bitcoin, it's worse than it was like 10 years ago, when we actually had Steam and Expedia and a bunch of other businesses, Microsoft and Dell.
Yeah, I remember those things. Yeah, I don't even know if that's necessarily quite true because I'm more than certain that in terms of volume in Bitcoin and nominal numbers, I'm sure there's more payments being done now than there were in 2013 because the number of people using it, even though there's a small percentage of them are using it for payment daily, it's just such a big number than it was there. So I think it's hard to say that it's not actually growing since then. Um, it's not as is the word it's not as present everywhere as maybe some of us may have expected, sure, but I don't think it's correct to claim that it's lower. I just would be shocked if that's the case.
Yeah, I mean, I sort of agree with this, but I think the benchmark to which we should look at, and a lot of people are in denial when it comes to it, and they just look the other way. But Tether on Tron is so much bigger than Bitcoin in terms of daily volumes and payments and network effect.
But
And
how is that volume measured? What is going on there? I have no frame. I don't even know why that is. I heard of Tron vaguely, but I just don't know. So
Tether
I could be wrong. Oh,
on
Tether.
Tron.
Tether. Oh, I know what Tether is. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, yeah. Okay, sure. Um, I mean, I just thought you meant payments like more like um because you said that's why I latched on. You said merchants, and I just thought you were saying like people buying like and accepting things and stuff like that. Stable coins, yeah. Well, I just think that the reason stable coins have a big volume is not because people buy chocolate bars or dildos really from Expedia or whatever as their new line of business, chocolates and dildo. Besides the traveling stuff, I just think it's just because people use it to move money and speculate who are like doing a lot of stuff, and that's where the volume comes. I would be very skeptical to see. I mean, there's just no way. Now that there's no way to claim. There's no way that volume comes from there. The volume comes from people who are mostly like trying to move money around, or maybe they're hedging stuff, or they're just trying to like buy all these interesting financial products or whatever. And the way they structure this stuff, like this is an instrument somewhere where they hedge or they do stuff like this. So I just think that's what I haven't looked at these things in years. So, but there's just no way it's not more prevalent, if not the same.
Okay, anecdotally, of course, it's on a very small scale. Let me tell you two different stories.
Mhm.
First one is from Argentina, 2024 or 23, I'm not sure. But I was there on the night of the elections when Milei won. I think it was 3 years ago, so it was 23. I tried to pay at the conference, which is called La BitConf in Buenos Aires, the biggest in all of Latin America. It's like a Lollapalooza festival. I wanted to buy something and I was prepared as if it's a European Bitcoin conference. And I was like, okay, can I pay with Lightning? He's like, no, we only accept Tether. I was like, really? And they said, yes, Tether on Binance, Tether on Tron, Tether on Ethereum. We don't care what kind of Tether, as long as it's Tether. And I was like, I don't have that, so how do I do this? And he just shrugged and was like, sorry, we don't accept Bitcoin. What I found out is that a lot of Latin America and Africa runs on Tether, and it's very popular. There's also that streamer iShowSpeed, who's very popular with teenagers, who went, I think it was in Kenya or something, that he went to this jewelry store and he bought himself a pair of earrings. Don't ask me why a dude wears earrings, but my point is that he asked the seller, like, what do you take? Do you have Apple Pay? No. Do you have Venmo? No. Do you take Tether? And he was like, yeah, we take Tether. So he sent him Tether from, I don't know, some exchange. And also, I've lived with my girlfriend from Iran for 2 years under the same roof, and I know that everyone in her country, in order to send money, they use Tether on Tron. And I know it's confiscatable, they're very much aware of it, but they still do it. And for them, it's just, I guess it makes more sense than Bitcoin. And I did try to explain to her that, Bitcoin is actually censorship resistant, but there's a network effect for this, and people just send Tether to each other. And I feel like this is a huge missed opportunity, and it's also a failure on behalf of everyone who's marketed Bitcoin, because this should have been Bitcoin for these use cases. Like, let's say I have a cousin in Russia or something, and of course, Russia is not part of the banking system. Don't worry, I don't have a cousin in Russia, Secret Service or whatever, listening to this. But my point is that if I hypothetically want to send money to this cousin in Russia, there's no way for me to do it other than something which cannot be taken down or censored and maybe has a degree of privacy. And unfortunately, a lot of these payments happen on Tron, and Bitcoin maximalists are just looking the other way. And they're like, but Tron doesn't really compete with Bitcoin because it's a shitcoin, and it doesn't matter. It has the same UX. It uses some of the same technology. This could have been Bitcoin. We didn't make it happen. And then you're gonna have the Blockstream people saying, well, you can use Tether on Liquid, and then you look at how much Tether there is on Liquid, and it's like $100,000, and you're like, really? That's all your liquidity, 100K for the
Right.
whole planet. Nobody's using it. It's just a bunch of companies that created this service, but nobody's really using it.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, like, I think even if I don't see how much of a better job you could do as a Bitcoiner to really like take over some of these use cases, because I mean, if the example is that you have a cousin in Russia where censorship resistance is important, then clearly Bitcoin wins. But that's so little of the use cases that it's probably less than 1%. Well, I don't know. It's just very little. It's very uncommon. Most of these people are normal people, and they actually care, and they know the chances of them. I mean, just think about it. It's just logical. What is the chances of someone confiscating your a bank can confiscate your money way easier than Tether, and there's nothing you can do about it. But yet most people use banks because the chances of them getting their money confiscated is practically zero, pretty much. And while the argument is that it could be confiscated, it's like, but it's not, and it's more comfortable. The second part is like, yeah, but like I can't deal with the fluctuation. Like the Bitcoin is not at a point yet where like it still doesn't fluctuate and whatever. So even if Bitcoin would have been like, even if everyone already had a Bitcoin wallet and whatever, I'd be shocked to find out that for most of these use cases, people wouldn't use that, because even again, when people take these things, when buy Bitcoin or when at a conference or something, people accept Bitcoins for their service and whatever. I mean, they're taking a huge risk, and most of these people are people who are passionate about it and they just want to get a Bitcoin, and they probably have Bitcoin products, or they're like, they're not doing it for real in the sense of like they care about profit. Like if you're a real business and don't have time for ideology and you sell burgers or something, you can't really deal with that, because by the end of the day, this could be done. And there would be ways to go around it. You could hedge it. You could, or you could take you could use like some kind of like perpetual swap or something contract, and you could hedge, and you could still use just Bitcoin to do this. You can sell Bitcoin for Bitcoin or buy Bitcoin for Bitcoin, which is already complicated and whatever. But no one is going to do that, and you would have to have the a certain amount of Bitcoin to put up for that. So it's just impractical. It's like if I were to sell burgers at a conference or something, I'd be like, get the fuck away from here. I don't want to deal. What do you mean? I'm putting money here, and I have to deal with the fact that by the end of the day, this could be worth half of it. So that's really what it is. I don't think there's anything like any failing or anything like that. It's just not the right tool for the job, as far as I'm concerned.
Well, then what would you say Bitcoin is for? If it's not the right tool for the job, for remittances or just sending
But it was
money to
never
your
for
cousin?
remittances. You see, this is the thing that back since 2013, people thought that, because it just seems so obvious, right? It's like it's almost like too perfect, because it has like it has this property of transferring over borders and whatever. It's almost like it fits good, but that's, even though that's an important property, it doesn't have the other one, that it doesn't fluctuate. And if you do want to hedge against that, you can in actually safe ways, but you need more liquidity up front and whatever. And you could, and the more liquidity you have, the more safe you could be, that no matter what the price, even if the price goes to 10 pounds or something, you're not going to get liquidated or something. Um, but again, it's like, who will ever do that? I don't, the thing is like, I just, I kind of feel that if I kind of like evolved in any way in my Bitcoin understanding, is in that I don't. It's not like people think Bitcoin is like a dog that is yours, and you have to walk it. You have to tell it this. You have to teach it. You have to take care of it. You have to trim it. You have to pick up its shit. You have to do all this stuff, and it's just not true. It's more like it's a tool that you use it for what you want. So try. It's almost like you're trying to it's to stir it in a way, and there's no way you can do it because it's there's so much stuff to it, so you can't stir. So the only way you can kind of really do something is you can identify a use case and build stuff for that, and then maybe try to get people to use it. But trying to have this effort of like, let's all get together as a community, and that was how it was for the biggest time, and that's all that we all did. We would sit around and pontificate about what Bitcoin should be and whatever. I'm not saying like we should never have this conversation. I'm just trying to point out that where we are today, practically, I don't know if that video makes sense. There's no way you can get any insight more than we already have been talking this for so many years, you know? So I feel like if you want Bitcoin to use, you have to find a use case for you personally and then try to make that into a good product. And I think if that would be obvious, then we would have all these products and everyone would use it, but they're not, you know? And it's also like there's not that much to do because well, you send it from a guy to another guy and you have money. And then the only other people kind of came up with something creative were like the wizard stuff and whatever. But even that, it's kind of like it's almost like they kind of almost did it just to spite, and that was kind of part of it and whatever and stuff like that. So it wasn't necessarily a practical. I'm saying it's invalid. Again, it's a valid transaction. It's a valid artistic use case, whatever. Everyone should do whatever the fuck they want. But it's just kind of like the reason we don't have the use case and we're not taking those markets is because we're not building the product for that. And I don't think the conversation will take us there. You know what I'm trying to say? So I mean, again, and it's kind of like, great, Mr. Marty Pence. So what's your use case? Like, I don't have a use case, man. I don't know when's the last time I made a Bitcoin transaction. You know what I'm trying to say? And even when I was using it every day because I was, you know, my business and whatever, all these things were going on, even then I was just kind of trying so hard, but a lot of times it would have been easier and cheaper to use other means, you know? So I don't know, maybe there isn't the use case here.
Then what's the point of Bitcoin? And before you answer, I just want to acknowledge that someone in the chat named the unknown disciple C7C says that Bitcoin is a military-grade cyber defense system that protects networks from AI, and all other stuff is irrelevant.
Looks like we have Michael Saylor in the chat. Shout out to Michael Saylor. hearts for Michael Saylor. Well, you know, sorry, I know the way I put it, it feels like what is the point of this and whatever, but I feel like the only thing that we can all undeniably claim and see that it truly works for, it is the censorship resistant cypherpunk money or whatever it was. And again, now we can have a debate on how we get there and what that means and whatever, but that's a different conversation because this is an actual thing that we can look at. It just happens to be that the world isn't as dystopian as we thought. I'm not saying we shouldn't like make sure that doesn't fucking happen or we shouldn't have this thing for that happens. But do you remember the, it's like Johnson and Chris Rose used to say, Bitcoin is money for the underserved. Dude, the world got so much better. There are not that many underserved people around here. There are political dissidents. Absolutely. There are these people who have these things. And those people have the use case. It's just that not most of the people are like that. And I think, yes, it makes sense to make tools for these people. Again, it's undeniable for these people that's an absolute advantage and whatever. But as far as like all these being at the conference and whatnot, it's just like going to work in a tractor with 10 fucking things behind is like, I know the tractor is cool, but do you understand that you're going to work? You understand that you could walk there? Do you understand that you could take you know, it's really like that. So it may just stay like this forever, you know?
Or we can actually improve it to not be a tractor, to be like a race car that does the function of a tractor, you know?
I'm all up for that, but again, see your thing. Even if we get CTV or some other like wizardry stuff like that, which is so absurd that we don't have one of them and whatever, and people claiming that we don't need more stuff is beyond absurd. Even if we would have some of these things, by the way, we still wouldn't solve. I feel like it would improve on the current use cases we have, like how people do well, people use it today to mostly to like save and do some kind of like save for long term and stuff like that. Those things would improve that, but it would, and I'm sure it's kind of I'm sure if we would get it, maybe someone will come with a creative idea and maybe we'll get other use cases. But I don't think it would solve the problem of like the price and whatever, because that's a completely different thing, you know. So I'm not sure how we could solve this. I would love someone to prove me wrong and to clip this thing and say, look how wrong this guy was. I would be tremendous. But I can't see it how, you know?
I still remember like 5 years ago when people were panicking saying hyperinflation is coming and people are gonna come begging for our Bitcoin. They're gonna be like, please sir, just give me one tiny Satoshi so that I can buy bread with that, because it's sound money and everything else that I have is not gonna be accepted anymore because it's so inflationary. And even Jack Dorsey got psyched at some point and he was tweeting about hyperinflation that's coming.
Hyperinflation, if you look at the numbers, it's actually safe to say it did, because it did grow since then. I haven't looked at this in long because I don't really spend time on stuff like this. I'm more interested in making discoveries. Uh, but no, it actually, it did went up. Like, I think it is quite correct to call it hyperinflation. The world didn't collapse. The thing that didn't happen, right? But factually, I think that is true.
Oh, you can argue that the supply increased, but it seems like the demand also went up. And the US is very good at inflating their currency and then finding another market for it. They're gonna get other countries to use their currency. Like, people preach about El Salvador like it's this holy place for Bitcoin, but what's their official currency? It's the US dollar.
Yeah. Well, you know, the thing is, like, what I think people kind of willfully ignore is like the reason the US is great. Of course, they have the hegemony, the dollars and whatever. That's obviously undeniable. But the main reason they are doing that is because they just fucking do great motherfucking things, and they move the world forward. That's what they do, with all their flaws, of course. But that's why everyone thinks US is cool, because everything they do is the best, you know. And if they would stop doing cool thing and innovating and being the best, then I feel like maybe we're getting this dystopian scenario and their currency would go to whatever. But almost everything that was good in our human race in the last, I don't know how many years, what percentage of that came from US, and because they are how they are? A big percentage. I'm sure it's more than, I don't think it's fair to say it's like 90% or something, but I'm sure it's way over 50%, you know?
Well,
So
if we start counting the software and hardware that we're using and how much of it was invented or perfected in US, like we're using the internet, and this used to be a DARPA project. We're
yeah,
using TLS for encryption, I guess, for this call, and that was also an American project. We are using Google Meet, which is an American project. We are, I guess, OBS, which I'm using for recording and live streaming, is not American. I'm not 100% sure. It's an open source piece of software, but maybe parts of it were inspired by something American. So if you think about it, like also the AI software, most of it, that's not open source, but also some open source ones from Meta are
yeah.
made by American companies. I do like the Chinese models like Quen. I think that one is kind of amazing for its humble
Yes, exactly.
status.
Very
I
important
don't
to
see
say like that.
anyone praising Quen and be like, oh, it's so great, like they do with Claude or ChatGPT, but it punches way above its weight. But I do think that a lot of, if you go into satellites and whatever technology that we're using for accessing the internet, and what's it called, glass fiber and whatever, that's
Yeah.
most likely
But,
patented in US.
but it's not even you're talking about the more of the theoretical academical part, which is absolutely valid. But even if we just look like the products and the contact points that come with us, right? Because you could be like, oh, so what? Because they invented it, but anyone else could have used it in Europe and whatever, right? The thing is, like, everything, and it's just better. It's just that much better. So I just don't see how the US dollars could fail when literally the humanity is being pushed forward right now in absolute amazing ways by the United States of America. Please, I want a visa. And so I just don't see how. And that's why I think all the people kind of like, ignored and whatnot. But again, I don't know. That's what I'm trying to say. It's like you kind of have to grow out of it at some point. You kind of have to be like, okay, I was wrong now. I mean, maybe the apocalypse is not coming. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, I mean, we do like to make fun of central bankers, but they're not as stupid as we claim that they are. Like, they know what they're doing pretty well.
Arguably, but I think
Not
point
in
taken.
some countries, like, I'm not sure if. I mean, I gotta give credit to the Romanian central bankers, I think, for such a small country and such a humble network effect for the language and currency and everything Romanian. They're doing a decent job. But I know of other countries in Africa or Latin America where not so long ago they had the real kind of hyperinflation where they could shower with money or use money like paper money for normal paper just because it was cheaper than actually buying paper. So you have these situations which I think that's what hyperinflation is about. It's not maybe 10% CPI or whatever.
I mean, obviously that clearly that's orders of magnitude practically more devastating than just the numbers and whatever. But yeah, I mean, I don't know what to say. It's kind of like just how the world works, really. Um, yeah,
There's a question that I have been reading for a while in the chat, and it was
go on.
posted like 3 hours ago, so I'm not sure if Rohit 7576 is still here.
How long are we going for?
2 hours 56 minutes.
Okay.
Does it
It's not
feel
like
like it was that long? Because to me,
no, you're just so lovely, darling. Time flies with you so quick. No, the thing is, like, I mean, 3 hours it's okay, but after 3 hours, people are not gonna listen anyway. You know what I'm trying
well,
to say?
let's
Or
put like
whatever.
a special word. So someone who's listening still after 3 hours, type something in the chat or in the comments or in the feedback on Spotify or whatever. Let's make up a word.
Penis?
No, no, no.
No,
That
no,
that that
they'd probably say
that
that
might get
anyway.
me banned.
Oh, okay. Well, in that word, in that
Can you type like Satoshis don't exist? And that's how we're gonna know that you watched until this point.
tremendous, absolutely tremendous. There
That's
you go.
also good advertising for your upcoming
Thank you.
project.
Thank you. I mean, I wouldn't hold my breath on that one. You know what I'm trying to say? I wouldn't hold my breath on it. But yeah. But next month the Bitcoin Core one is coming out. Sorry, you were saying there's a question in the chat that
Yes.
was going
This
on for
guy
some
wants
time.
to know, Alex, tell me about your first Bitcoin.
Oh man. Ah, wow.
It's
Oh man,
fine
it
if you
was.
don't want to reply. It's
Is that
fine
I
if
don't
you
want to
make up a
reply? It's just
story.
that it's such a long time ago. I mean, it's a whole story. I don't even know if I should actually share things about. I mean, it's not really like anything like weird or one I don't whatever. But here's what I could share about this experience though. Um, I had to go in and buy the first Bitcoin. It was a very, very long time ago. I'm not even going to say when because it was probably so little activity, you could probably trace the transaction on the chain if I give too many details. Probably not. But anyway, and I remember it so I had some amount of money to go buy some Bitcoin. And on this day, I had to meet some person somewhere. And on this day, the price went up, but it went a lot up, right? And it just happened. The situation was that I was somewhere and there was no way to get any more money from anywhere, right? There was just no way. And I met this guy. I remember I met this guy, and it was a very long time ago. You almost never hear of anyone doing anything like this. And the price went up, and I had to get a certain number of coins because we were trying to do some mining stuff and we really needed to buy the machines and whatever, right? And I had to come back with a certain amount of Bitcoin, but we didn't have any more money. And I remember meeting this guy, and he goes like, "You saw the price goes up." And I'm like, "Yes." Well, obviously we agreed on this, but we have to do the price, so we're gonna do this thing. And I remember going outside and saying, I was using smoke bed, and I said, "Dude, listen, um, because we drove there. It was a fucking adventure. It was fucking insane." And
Like,
I said,
did
"Dude,
did you meet under a bridge or something? Like
no, no,
in
no. It was somewhere in the center of town or something. But it was just far away from where we were. It was a whole fucking hullabaloo because you couldn't find anyone in there. I mean, this was Romania, by the way. This was Romania a very long time ago. It was not popular at all. So we meet him. We barely get there and whatever. I was like, "Dude, listen, I need, I don't know, let me stay for a second." And I go out and I smoke a cigarette. I remember, and I think I used to journal. I think it's even written in my journal from back then. I remember going there and I was smoking the cigarette, and I remember looking this reflection of this window and thinking like, man, I don't know why, but I think this is one of the most important moments in my life. I have to convince this guy to give me the bitcoins at the price that I have, because I have to do. I don't even know why. I can't remember it why. And I smoked that cigarette, super fast. When you smoke it like this, I throw it on the floor and I go inside there and I just super bluff the guy and I go like, dude, here's the fucking thing right now, man. You got to be honest. There's no one that fucking contacted to get Bitcoin. I'm the only fucking person. You can't believe I'm fucking here and I'm real. All right. And let me tell you something. I know for a fact that you're in profit right now because you wouldn't sell these coins. That guy, I mean, this was a long time ago. That guy was even a super old timer, And I know you're probably looking right now. And let's be honest right now. You probably mapped the money. You made some plans on whatever. Listen, here's the thing right now. And I took the money out because I had the cash, of course. I took the money out and I go like, here's the thing right now. You either take the money right here or I get in my fucking car and I leave. Your deal. And the guy just looks at me. He looks around. He was with his girlfriend or something. I don't even fucking remember. And he says something like, dude, you're fucking crazy or whatever. We shook the hand. And I got a fucking Bitcoin, at a huge discount. And that was the first time I ever got Bitcoin, And I mean, there was so many adventures afterwards. I've got a lot of them, just can't share them. Not that it's strange, but there are other people involved, and it's just not a gentleman thing to talk about private stuff. But man, I could write a book. I could write a movie just about the first year, then, let alone what happened afterwards. But yeah, so that was the first time it was so crazy. I haven't thought about it in a very long time. Wow.
That sounds like fun. But I gotta ask you, what kind of wallet were you using at the time? Was it Mycelium or something?
I think it was blockchain.info. I mean, it must have been. I wasn't, here's the thing, even though I studied computer science, I was not really as hardcore as I am right now. I was very lazy. I was, I just wasn't I was a completely different person. Just wasn't as motivated and as serious about things. So I was using blockchain.info, most probably blockchain.info, which already kind of dates the story, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the most popular wallet among OGs is Electrum. But if they were using something mobile, it had to be Mycelium because it was open source on Android. Or I don't remember the name of the other one. But yeah, blockchain.info was also big at the time.
Dude, I was retarded. I couldn't comprehend what Electrum does. I wouldn't understand the server and forget about it. I was retarded. So yeah.
I think to this day, Electrum is one of the greatest wallets that you can use.
Absolutely. And it's so strange because the way they came in, they inverted deterministic wallets, because before we were just savages. We'd have a lot of private keys and whatever, and it's crazy that it's the single project from that time that survives to this day,
And also Trezor, like they're the ones who came up with BIP39. I think Electrum came up with BIP32, which is important.
Not quite, but go on.
It's not 32. Well known.
Nah, oh my God, what happened here is that Thomas Vogin or whatever his name, that guy, a legitimate genius, absolutely.
He was on my podcast. Check that out, people.
I know. Yes, definitely check that podcast out. I think I may have listened to that when I wrote a thread about Electrum. Anyway, so people were just going around like not having all these the good way to use the keys and whatever. And he's like, let's use this deterministic wallet things and whatever. And he had an Electrum scheme, which is different from the BIP32 thing. At the same time, Slosh and the other guy, what's his name? I'm so sorry, I'm forgetting his name.
Pavel.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, Pavel. They started working on this BIP39 thing because they were having their own wallet. And there was this huge drama. I mean, it was probably one of the first dramas in Bitcoin because they just couldn't agree on it and whatever.
No, it's not one of the first. There was Gavin and Amir Taki before that.
No, this was probably even before that, man. This was probably before even Amir Taki made. I'm not sure. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you're right. But it was very early. It was super
like
early.
Amir came up with the BIP process for slowing down Gavin, who was making changes by himself.
I'm wrong. You invalidated everything I said. You are absolutely correct. Yes, that's true. Nothing more to say. I was wrong. Well, anyway, so there was this fucking drama between them, and then Electrum didn't use BIP32 for a long time. They used Electrum. It was their own fucking thing, and they didn't want to support BIP39. And there were like a few versions of Electrum. So Yeah, but the thing is, like, Electrum's scheme is a bit more elevated than the BIP39 and the other ones because it has a versioning system, so it helps you a bit more. But yeah,
Yeah, the BIP39 by Satoshi Labs, or Trezor, actually has the derivation path, which is very confusing to a lot of
I don't
people.
think it's due. I think that's the problem because it doesn't have the derivation path. Is what you're gonna. No, I think you're thinking of, you're thinking of BIP32. The BIP39 is just how the words relate to BIP32. The 12 words or 24 words. I'm pretty sure there's no derivation path there. I mean, it would be silly if I don't remember this. I haven't
Yeah,
looked at this
anyway,
in years.
this is like very nerdy stuff if you're into this. Type Satoshis don't exist in the comments. Write a review on Spotify and see. I know that Satoshis don't exist because I listened to season 17, episode 31 with Alex Waltz.
Yeah, do that. Do that. Any form of publicity for the movie is good publicity as far as I'm concerned. Well, anyway, like,
I
yeah.
gotta give you something for your time, right?
Okay, what do you want to give me?
Publicity,
Yes,
exposure.
I'll take it. Yeah, but that's a fair deal. You know, we're both getting exposed at the same time. You know, so
Yeah, so I don't remember exactly where we got lost with the conversation.
the idea of Electrum and whatever. Someone asked me how I did my first Bitcoin, and then I replied this, and I said I used blockchain.info, and then you started pointing towards Electrum, and I was saying, and you said that I was trying to point out that actually they are the first ones to do the deterministic wallets, and we were both quite surprised that is the only wallet that is just so still good and so hardcore and whatever.
That's a good recollection, much better than what Claude does lately to my queries. But anyway, I want to ask you, are you gonna claim your eCash next month or your BIP 110
I don't think so
Luke
because
Dash Junior coins?
no, because there are certain risks when it comes to that because you have to expose your private keys, you have to do transactions, and nah, I don't. I mean, the juice is not worth the squeeze. Um, I mean, it's not like I mean when the big cash thing happened. When the big cash thing happened, I claimed it at the meetup that I was hosting. I did it live with witnesses. That's how I fucking roll. But this one is just not. And again, I
So how
just
did you do it? You downloaded the Bitcoin ABC client for Bitcoin Cash and you
no,
imported your Bitcoin Core file, or did you use
no, no,
something
no, no,
else?
no. There was somehow. What was it? There was some. It was 100% not an actual full node. There was something else. I don't remember if mycelium or some type of wallet. This must have been 2017 or 18, or maybe even 16. No, it was 2017. It has to be 2017. Um, for the life of me, I don't remember. But it was not. I know it was with my laptop, so it was something on a laptop. I don't remember. And I also did it from other people afterwards later. It may have even been with Electrum somehow. Electrum, or maybe I think someone forked the Electrum and
I
there
think
was a
that's it,
big
yeah.
cache. That may
Because
have been it.
Electrum is usually one of the first wallets that forks are forking for the purpose of claiming your coins.
Yeah, could be. I don't remember. Yeah, but anyway, I'm not gonna do these things because it's just kind of like I don't feel the juice is worth the squeeze. And also, I have to film, so I don't think I'll do that. And maybe with the eCash thing, just because it's a fun thing, but with the knots thing, no, that's. I think again, like the way I say right now, the game is to avoid any Nazi everything because they're just throwing plebslop at you, and you have to be like, you have to dodge the plebslop.
What if it's like $1,000 per coin?
I don't know, man. I mean, if I'm working on my movie, even if there's a way for me to get $1 million and like not work on the launch and whatever, I won't do it because if things go my way, I'm gonna be so rich and so famous and the best movie director of all time. It would be irrelevant. I mean, there's not a version of my future where I know I'm not gonna be super rich and the best movie director of all time. So really, just have to invest all my energy and time into that. Everything else becomes a distraction. If I would have not been done anything, yeah, sure, but that's how I see it. That's just how I go about my life.
Well, that's, how should I put it? Humble or whatever. I can't wait
Humility
to
is
see
the
your
worst
movie.
thing. Humility is the worst thing. There's not a single example in human history when someone did something great and he was humble. The thing is, like when you do something hard, it's gonna be so hard, and it feels like you will never happen. That unless you know you can walk on water, you'll stop doing it. So delusion and grandeur is a minimal requirement if you want to do great things, because it's hard, and it will get to the point where if you're something truly new, everyone will tell you're wrong. And if you're not that fucking crazy, the slightest amount of doubt comes into you, and when something is hard, it's gonna fail. So I just like every time that I'm not that doesn't. But anyway, I just know it for a fact right now, because I've done this thing or whatever. So that's why I'm always like, every time there's any ounce of like doubt or whatever, it's like, no, it's not. That's my instinct is to not, no, get out of here, you know.
Okay, if you had unlimited budget and as much time as you want to use it, what kind of movie would you make? Like,
Exactly
what's
the
the
movies I'm
topic?
making right now. Exactly what I'm working right now. I mean, I never allow anything. I never allow the way the world is and the world behave to influence what I'm going to do in my life. I'm always going to do it. It'll take longer. I'll piss off some people. I'll kick and scream along the way, but I never change. I mean, I'm doing exactly what I want. I would still finish this thing, and I would just work on the thing that I'm working right now. But if you want me to give you an answer, there is a movie that I want to. That I started working on script and whatever. And this is a proper like narrative stuff and whatever. And it's kind of like this Zarathustra from the Nietzsche Thus Spoke Zarathustra character. Um, and like, sorry, and it's kind of like that, but with a modern contemporary take. You know, it's a very high concept, like sci-fi type of a thing. But I have to finish this stuff before I do that one.
Who would you say are your favorite directors? I've seen people in the comments compare you to Wes Anderson, probably for the color grading that you use for your video. But you also mentioned in this interview Fellini,
Yes.
Federico Fellini, and that's an Italian director. So, what would you say are your influences? I would also say that the way in which you talk and you refer to scenes and movies sounds a lot like Tarantino.
Yes. Um, well, the thing is, like, my favorite director of all time is Stanley Kubrick, because again, I just like this idea that the way there was no problem from here that he's gonna be, oh, this is not accessible to me. I'll just spend time and do it. So and there's like free interviews with Stanley Kubrick, and it's like everything that I mean, I've listened to them when I film and stuff, and there's like no sound or whatever. I just listen to this. I listen. I mean, I could, if you start playing, I could probably like say it as with him. That's how good I know this thing. I just love it. I just love because there's oh my god, look, a person who feels about life the same way that I do. I love it. So he and again, like everything that Stanley Kubrick does is it's almost like he did it specially for me. Everything I feel like that his movies were made for me. So I love it. I like the philosophy, and I like the idea that, I also like this idea of like technology. It's not separate from philosophy. They're all one thing, and you're supposed to like dive into all of them at the same time, And he also understood with 2001 and had this understood that what makes it special is not love. We're not special because we can love. A dog is very capable of love. You can see, like, if you see even on TikTok, there are videos like they save, and even if you had a dog, they can save kids and do this stuff. So you understand that the tool usage, which is the most iconic scene in human history with the bone and whatever, that is what sets us apart. That's why we're special. And I love it. That's why I love technology. My second favorite director of this is Andrei Tarkovsky, which is a
I was gonna ask you about that. Like, people who get into Kubrick, they get into
yes.
Tarkovsky at some point.
Yes, the thing is, like, Tarkovsky, Tarkovsky is a Russian director, and he, again, like Kubrick, very little films, and he was at odds with Kubrick. But the thing is, like, Kubrick is almost like they're almost like two sides of the same coin. But I identify more with Tarkovsky because Tarkovsky is Eastern European. But there's this scene in the Mirror movie when the small kid is called by his father, and he talks on the phone, and he goes like, he's like 13 years old or something. He's like, do you have any girlfriends or something, And he goes like, when I was your age, I used to blah blah blah. And I was like, man, I remember how that used to be a thing that uncles and old people used to see. It's such a Romanian thing. It's such an Eastern European thing. You heard it. Why they start making fun of you? How you don't have girls or something? You're fucking, you barely have pubes at this age anyway, and they're like, whatever. And I just love that. I like it speaks to me so deeply, and I liked it. And there was this other thing that Tarkovsky said. He said, I mean, I think it's in this movie also. He says, "I was raised by women." I don't remember what is it, but he said, and I remember I was like, "Yes, I know what he means because I was also raised by my grandma and my mom because men were always at work, right? So I just grew up aunts and I grew up among women. And I was like, it's like again, it's almost like he made that movie for me. I just identified. And then this
But
idea
that's
of like,
also the plot that got ripped off in Fight Club, where Tyler Durden says, we were raised by women and we're soft and blah, blah, blah.
that's actually a very good point. And I never really connected that until this point. But
I just said that because I watched Fight Club recently and I remember the scene.
well, see, that's such an interesting thing because Tarkovsky comes at us from the 70s, 80s, and whatever, where that was still a thing. But this comment, which speaks even more to why Fight Club is so interesting and so modern, it's very, very like Nietzsche and whatever. It's like, but it's so modern because in the American, see, like if you're an Eastern European person and whatever, that's such a good thing in some way that you had all that stuff and whatever. But in the modern American context right now, it's almost like you're a pussy or something, and in that way or something like that. So yeah, I like Tarkovsky, and then geez, so hard to do like I like Wes Anderson a lot. Wes Anderson, all the Wes Anderson. I mean, I feel like I identify with all the Wes Anderson characters because they're just again they're weird people that care about some weird thing, and they're always retarded, and they're always against the world, and there's always this weird thing, and also like he has all these aphorisms in the movie, and it's like there's that in the Asteroid City, there's that scene where I mean, there's so many stories, and there's that scene where the guy, there is this theater play going on, and there's break, and one of the actors comes to the director, and he's scared, and he says, "I don't know what to do." He's like, "That's fine. I don't know how this will end. That's okay. I don't understand it. Don't worry about it. You always got it." And then he goes like, "I just need to go get a breath of fresh air." And the director says, "That's fine, but you're not gonna get it." That spoke so much to me because it was exactly how I was like, I can't. What am I gonna do with this movie? Is it gonna go out? The discoveries, and I was like, yeah. There's no fresh air. That's the point. So I have to say these are, but then again, Fellini is just technique. I mean, his movies are so fucking silly and so like outrageous, and he's just pure cinematic technique, but yeah, I study all the greats. Like I watch a lot of movies. I study everything. I have notes on everything. So that was a very long answer.
Where
but
do you
yeah.
watch these? Like, I'm sure that they're not on Netflix or HBO Go or whatever it's called nowadays. Not on Paramount. Where do you find them?
For the longest time, as any respectable Romanian, I used to pirate them, right?
File
But
list.
yes, I mean, my fucking childhood. What are you talking about? But so I used that. But like ever since I became serious and I started calling myself a movie director, because really that's what it is. You just have to. I'm very serious. As soon as you start calling yourself, you become one. I started studying movies. I feel like I wanted to have them in the best possible quality, so I buy them now on Apple TV. But I mean, I think I have about 300 movies or something. Well, about 150 movies on Apple TV. So yeah, that's where I have them on where I watch them.
I actually expected you to say that you have them on VHS or DVD or some form of physical format.
I wouldn't mind that. It's just very unpractical, and like if I'm somewhere like on the bus or something, and I remember a scene or something, I want to be able to pull that up, and be like, oh yeah, this is what it is. And yes, it does happen. I know you think that's retired, but it happened a lot of times.
So I want to say something else, and I feel
Go
like
on.
I should have said this sooner in the interview, but we had that conversation about Satoshi and whatnot. I've watched you over the last 6, 7 years perfect your technique with a
Thank you.
camera. You're going into the London tube, I think, and you're just taking random pictures of people. And then
Yes.
you're posting that on Instagram and Twitter. And you're describing exactly what kind of camera you're using, what kind
Yes.
of lens, the aperture, the
Yes.
ISO, and all the
Yes.
settings that you used for that one. And then you're also experimenting with the various compression techniques and
Absolutely.
just to observe what they're doing to the colors, to the geometry of the image, and everything else, especially for
I
video.
also shot film. I bought 35 millimeter last time because I was like, I need to understand how the film simulation was. So I had to start shooting film. Yes, I have done that.
Yeah, so I've seen your journey, I've seen your process. I've seen how, for example, in this latest project, which is called firstbitcoinminer.com, you were using the flares from the anamorphic lens, and that's very beautiful. Sometimes it's very intentional in the way that you place them, that they cover a part of your face or part of the background, and obviously that's something intentional. I do want to ask you what kind of anamorphic lens you're using. Did you get the entry level Sirui one, or did you get something like, which is like thousands of dollars on Amazon?
Well, first of all, thank you for the kind words. And I just want to say that it absolutely, truly fills my heart with immense joy that someone notices this stuff, because again, I do it for myself, and I just never want to like point things out. It's people' responsibility to see them if they want or not. And yeah, so the thing is, like, talk about when I was listening to those Kubrick interviews, he said that I'll answer the last question you made right away. He said that because he was a photographer, that's why he was so good and whatever, and why he was good at doing composition. And the next day, I said, from now I'm doing photography. And from the first 2 years before, so the 2 years before or a year and a half before I started working on Satoshi Didn't Exist, there was not a day that I didn't take photography on the street. It was not a day, because I just wanted, like, and now I'm at a point where like I can frame, like, it doesn't take me too much to frame something interesting. Of course, it still takes time if it's a hard scene or whatever. So that's why I do that. Like, I haven't done it like since then, because my rule is that there should not be a day that I didn't frame something, either like on the street or either whatever. And the street is great because the street you can't control, So yeah. Regarding the lens, yeah, so the thing is, like, it's kind of funny, but that is actually not an anamorphic lens, but it has flares and whatever. It's an old Tokina lens from the 90s. It's called the ATX Pro 20-70. I didn't want to use anamorphic lenses here because I knew you have anamorphic lenses squeezes the image and you have to squeeze it right back, and it has those artifacts and the flares, as you mentioned. But since I knew I was going to film myself and it's going to be all these constraints, I wanted to go spherical. But yes, the flare I think the flare is so important because it kind of like is this almost this auto reference to the fact. Like here, I really leaned into the technique. I didn't want it to hide the fact that you're watching a film. I didn't want it to forget for a second that it's so theatrical, Caravaggio, chiaroscuro lighting. It was so and I never wanted you to forget that. And then, like, I really wanted to impose the categorization. And I feel like, well, what am I trying to sell here, quote unquote? Well, I definitely want people to go on the website. So whenever the website happens or stuff like that, I wanted it to be the flare and whatever, And I used this lens there. I knew specifically that was the lens that I was going to use for, So yeah, that was the lens. It was it took about a time, but yeah.
So for the people out there who want to get into filming and maybe that they want to do something like the series that you did, which I do believe this is like a series. First you present the first Bitcoin miner, then you explain that Satoshis don't exist, and then you're gonna have something about running a node. I feel like they're somehow connected. But if you want to get into creating something like this, what do you think is the minimum budget for gears and for studying?
Zero. You can't spend time on that. You can't spend time where it's zero. The first movie that I ever made, if you want, I can tell the first time I said I'm a movie director from now on. And I think this should really relate to this question of the thing. I filmed this video with Adam Gibson because he told me he has a great idea.
Waxwing,
Waxwing, yes, aka Waxwing,
the joint market guy, yeah.
Absolutely, he has a great idea how to present how to talk about the blinding and the binding properties in Genoa signature. And I thought it's one of the greatest things I ever heard in a long time. And he's absolutely an incredible speaker, absolutely incredible. He was a teacher, so he's really good at this. So we sit down, we do it in the style of computer file, and we get this thing done, and it's the best thing I ever saw in my life. And I filmed it. At that time, I had a camera because I wanted to do streaming, but I never took photos or anything. I didn't knew what even the number. I didn't even knew what was happening. I opened the camera and I pressed record, and I just hoped that the settings were right. That's how much I knew about this. So we do this thing, and then I just think this is the best thing that I ever saw in my life in terms of any type of Bitcoin educational content. I said, like, this needs a fucking intro. I need to film an intro. And I spent the next month trying to do an intro, but I couldn't tell what it was. So I literally just filmed stuff and I would look at movies and I would film stuff and it wouldn't look good and I couldn't tell you why it looks good. So now I just moved the camera for no good reason. And I just did this and it took a month to film a simple 1 minute video. The video is still up. It's called how to design schnorr signatures. It's on YouTube. Um, and it still it obviously is more banal compared to what I do right now. I feel like my style is way more refined. But the point I'm trying to make is that you have a phone. Start filming fucking shit. It's as simple as that. You don't need nothing more than a phone. Start filming things. You just have to care about it so fucking much that you feel you're gonna die. And when you feel so strongly and so passionate about something, it will come to you. The gods will help you. The helping hands, as Joseph Campbell says, they will appear. But more importantly, you'll just find out that because you have this burning fire in you so bad, it's gonna like force you to kind of keep on going. And then at the end, I will give you my word that you will learn at the end when you will come out of it, you'll learn that, oh my God, there was nothing to have or to need. It was just that I really need to trust that I actually, my taste is good and what I care about is good. And that was all I actually needed. There was nothing that I needed. Of course, if then afterwards, as you do this, you get more refined and whatever, and you will want to learn about lenses and stuff like that and whatever. And as far as again, I want to understand how the mathematics of the encoder works. I want to understand how I started learning a bit of optics. I'm not an optician, but I try to understand all this thing stuff. Because again, like you will get to a point where it kind of become comfortable, and that's the bottleneck is not how do you do the things or what equipment you have. The bottleneck is like, what do you want to talk about? What is your interesting stuff? And then you should start worrying about budgets and stuff like that. That's a very long answer, but yeah.
I also know for a fact that before film, you were into music. And I
Yes,
remember we did together, unintentionally, like by complete coincidence, there was this Christmas project by Mike in Space. I think it was in 2020,
oh yeah, I remember that.
if I'm
Yeah,
not mistaken. And he sang very poorly Silent Night and played the chords on a ukulele. And he asked other people from the Bitcoin community to basically record themselves playing an instrument to back him up. And I played this sort of rhythm guitar, and you decided to just rip it, and you were riffing like you're playing something like rock and roll on top of it. And the outcome was very chaotic because of the editing, obviously, and also the fact that he gave no instructions to anyone. Like, you had no idea what's gonna be in it and how it's gonna be put together, and the result was very chaotic. But I did notice that at the time you were playing a Telecaster, and you were into this rock and roll style for riffing. I wish I had my guitar so we could jam, but
I like guitar. This was one of the first things I ever fall in love with. Again, obsessed every day, play all this stuff. But it was kind of a trap, that one, because right when I started the Satoshi Don't Exist movie, I had a lot of guitars. I sold some of them. I had, I don't know, probably 30 guitars, not all at once. At most, I don't think I had more than 5. But I had probably more than 30 guitars over the years. And I remember I feel like when I sold my last guitar, I haven't touched a guitar since then. And I really wish, because I loved music. But I feel like as soon as I sold, symbolically, when the last guitar was sold, I feel like I started like my cinematography. It's almost like the gods were like, okay, this is your thing. You had to let it go. How much you cared about his guitar, you had to let it go. So yeah.
But at the same time, you can argue that, first of all, you learned how music is made, and you also learned the basics of sound engineering, which are very important when you're editing movies. To understand how to make, for example, a sound cut through, or a voice track be louder than the backing track. Also, the basics of frequencies, because
absolutely,
as an instrument, the guitar is usually in the mid-range. It's not a bass, it's not something that has a lot of treble. It's just out there in the middle, and that's why it's so popular, because it just cuts through most of the stuff. It's easy to identify. But I think it's educational. I was also somewhat of a musician before I started my podcast, and now doing the podcast, I'm reusing some of the stuff which I bought for making music. Audio interface, microphone, a lot of the stuff. And I feel like I've become a much better podcast producer because I had some prior knowledge about how to mix, at least in this audio editor or whatever, how to put together tracks, how to lay them out. And I think my favorite part about podcasting in the editing side is to try to find the sweet spot in everyone's voice and just boost that frequency in the EQ. I feel like it's such a fulfilling process. And it really sucks when people use something like AirPods or whatever because they tend to remove the highs and the lows from your voice and just get that middle which sounds nasal. And I'm really happy when I get more of the spectrum of the human voice so that I can just boost that one golden frequency that makes that person sound better. There's a bit of magic in this, and that's part of what I like.
Well, it is quite a very personal fingerprint, the voice, isn't it? You know, it's so, it says so much. So really, choosing what to amplify and whatever, it's almost like you obviously are amplifying the person, but there's also an emotional amplification, which hopefully comes across to the audience right afterwards and whatnot. So yeah. Yeah, I still feel like the old you should learn an instrument. I do think so because you just understand music is everywhere, and even if you don't understand the theory of forming an intuition of music, it's useful because you will have music anywhere. And of course, I mean the reason my music and whatever works, well, I think it works. People disagree, obviously. I think it's because I have a pretty decent understanding. But yeah.
Did you pay any royalties for the music that you used for the first Bitcoin miner, or was that something royalty free or whatever?
So I did pay a licensing fee, which is very cheap because there's all these websites like Epidemic Sound and all this stuff, and so, well, there's a lot of them. But I almost used one song from each just by chance. Um, so I used them from there. So there's no royalties you have to pay, and you can monetize if you put it on YouTube or whatever. You just have to flag your channel with them. Um, but yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, those platforms got so good right now, and they have so much music. You, I'm sorry, you can find almost anything you could imagine there. Like almost anything. Of course, doesn't compare when you have like, like, oh man, there's this, Baba O'Reilly song that I want to play. It's only Teenage Wasteland. I mean, they're not gonna find that, but you can find similar stuff. So
Yeah, it's really unfortunate that the lawyers sort of screwed us, and we're not gonna be able to have the amazing soundtracks that we could have had. And also because of the superhero movies that tend to use a lot of classic rock. But
yeah,
yeah, there's a lot of artists out there that make something that almost sounds the same. Of course, it's not gonna have the same effect on people, but yeah, there's always AI if you're into that, if you want to make music. But I feel like it's also, in a way, like if you want to take yourself serious as an artist, if you're using the works of other artists, you're only gonna get elevated by the people who are gonna be grateful in some way that you're using their work, and they're gonna boost your platform. Whereas if you're using AI, you're just you by yourself, and nobody else is gonna care.
yeah. I mean, I definitely think I think there's a lot of merit to like going one iteration before the technology. Again, it's like when something gets better, a lot of the steps get hidden under the surface. And if you're really serious about something and you want to learn more, go to like, again, shoot on film. I would really say shoot on. I don't think you have to shoot all every day on film, but shoot on film. Because you're forced to do so many manual things, and if you don't get them right, it sucks so bad that you're gonna learn. And it's the same thing also with this thing. It's like, of course, but also AI is not quite there yet, but it will be in a short time. So try to see that other part. Try to see how it is to like, because if you have a good AI that does the music and it could generate and it gets you the song you want, you got a song you want. But if you have to go and listen to a lot of music, you in your head you're gonna have to formulate, even if it's not precisely articulated, why this doesn't work and why this works. So now you have a good reason on why the emotion you're forced to articulate what is the emotion you're feeling and why this music is consistent or not with the emotion you're feeling. So you will just be that much better. You get deeper with whatever your art is. So yeah.
I see that on your website you listed the Olympus OM1 camera.
Yes.
Is that the film one or the new digital version of it?
No, that is the film one. I really like that one. Is like it's very small. It can do almost everything you want. Fully manual. Does not require a battery to work. It's absolutely mechanical. Um, it's quite cheap, and yeah, that was the one I chose to go to it. And I shot about a summer again, not quite every day, but quite often I shot with it. I could not recommend it more. There's also cheaper versions. If you really want to try film photography, try to go for something. You can find stuff that's like $10, $20 or something, and they'll work.
Yeah, what I also like about your website is that it has this film grain effect when you're watching something, which is very
Yes.
subtle. Like you don't notice it at first. You might even just touch your screen and be like, "What's wrong with this? Is it glitching?" But it's intentional and it's out there, and I love it.
Yeah, thank you. Well, again, I just kind of again I like thematics and I like if I pick something, I needed to trickle in the most small in all the aspects, the small things and the abstract things. So it's like I just like to double down and quadruple down on something. So it's like, what is this website about? It's about me making movies. Oh, every single thing of it has to have something with movies or cinema or whatever. So, and again, the film grain had to be there, but it's also practical reason why film grain should be added because it helps. There's a lot of research regarding this. It helps with depth perception, and you're going to perceive things more sharp. It sounds so stupid, but if you look at something and you add the grain, it's going to look less sharp. But if you were to take people and you don't do this effect so they could tell, it's going to look more sharp and they're going to perceive depth better, which is just such a great coincidence because they would have done anything to not have grain. It was just an artifact because technology was limiting. Um, when we had film, 35 millimeter film, or 60 millimeter film out of it, but it just happens to work so well. So, I added there again. That was some time coding. I mean, I coded it with Claude, but still, it was a bit of finagling to get it right.
Yeah, it's super cool, and once
Thank
again,
you.
something that you observe if you're really looking and you know what you're looking at. So I do like this part about your work that you're putting some details out there just for those who might figure out what this is. For everyone
Yes.
else, maybe it's just this weird glitch.
Yeah.
So, Alex, you're also a Bitcoin historian in some way, and that's something
Well,
that I
I
respect
think
about you.
I now you could claim I'm officially a Bitcoin historian
Yeah, you published a long article and also a video about it,
and research. Yes. Yeah.
and I'm not aware of anyone who went into this depth. And maybe this conversation is going full circle, right? We started from this and we're ending with this. Is there any part of Bitcoin history that you would like to research? And I feel like since we're both Romanian and this is like a rare opportunity, I read last week, I think, that it's been 5 years since the passing of Mircea Popescu, who is like the most famous Romanian Bitcoiner ever, who allegedly had more than 1 million Bitcoin at some point and was a very colorful character. And I remember you were obsessed like 4 or 5 years ago. You were sending me videos of him talking in a church or whatever to villagers, explaining to them economics. It's quite
It's kind of
interesting.
crazy that I found it. Well, I see. Here's the thing, but I already had the bug back then to do movies when he died, and I thought what I'm gonna do then, I'm gonna write a script or something, and someone else will help me film it, and that never came to fruition. But by the way, when in that summer when he died, the whole summer I still have the notes was spent, and I read everything. When I mean everything, I don't mean his blog, all the other people and all the blog rolls, all the RSC logs. Well, maybe not everything, but I probably read most than even those people who were active there during the
I don't
times.
think anyone can actually read everything that Mircea
That's a very good point.
wrote. He was very
That was a
prolific,
lot.
and
But I
then
also
you're
used
gonna find
the
some quirks in there, like the orgies and whatever.
yeah, but I mean, again, I also use the Bitcoin client and whatever. But you know what the thing is, I always thought he's kind of like this mad genius and whatever. But now that I kind of went through all this stuff, and now that I just also like know a bit more about computers, I think he was just kind of like I think it was an interesting character, but I don't think he was as smart. I changed my I don't know what people think, but I kind of like realized he wasn't really that smart as I thought he was. He really wasn't. He was really articulate. He was a smart guy, but I don't think he was that smart as I initially thought. Kind of, yeah. But yeah, still that being said, the best person to make a movie about. You could not have a better character to make a movie, flawed in every possible way. But and it's not. It's like everything that he ever wrote could be a line in a movie. Like it's so fucking poetic and in your face and sexual and also smart, but also artistic, but also I mean it's just, you can't deny that. You just cannot deny that. You know, I'm just saying he's not a great computer scientist as I thought. As he still knew a lot, obviously, but what an interesting character. But he was also kind of like at some point it's just an actual piece of shit, like objectively, you know, because I don't know. I feel like he kind of acted as a. I think like he really had this idea of like he didn't want to kind of like go mainstream or stuff like that, and I think he kind of became bitter or something in some way because if you actually look there, it's like all that group he ended up fighting with everyone there at the end of the day. If you really look, because there were still logs and they were still talking even like because I read them even then, and there were like 5 people left and he fought with everyone and had a falling out with everyone and whatever. And I think this it was just I think he still had a fun time and he was enjoying life, but he kind of became bitter and whatever, you know, because he was kind of like really important and really people cared about him, and then no one I think listened to him anymore, you know. But what an interesting character. But again, he just did some things that were just kind of like just really. I mean, even I think there's like, come on, don't be a piece of shit, you know, just fucking with people in just very dishonorable ways, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, something that I don't like about him, and I'm not gonna go into the Peter Willie stuff, which
I mean,
is like
that
a
alone is just
metaphor.
such a. I mean, anyway, sorry, make your point.
Yeah, so for those of you who don't know and are still listening, and you should be writing Satoshis Don't Exist in the comments, he wrote an article about SegWit, and the way in which he explained it was something along the lines of, what if I put a hit on Peter Willie's head? And Peter Willie was like the main developer working on SegWit at the time. And he sort of started from here and said that I want to assassinate this guy because I hate him and I think he's a piece of shit and he shouldn't change Bitcoin, but he's gonna do it anyway, so let me explain to you, break it down. So in a way it's brilliant because he explained the mechanism of SegWit by starting from here.
Well, if I
But
remember correctly, the proof was the whole point. Some people argued it was that you because the way SegWit works and the signatures and whatever, you couldn't make a proof. I think that's what he was trying to say. If you're trying to be generous with this thing, but it's still a very absolutely just shitty thing to do, if as far as I'm concerned.
he also paid women to write messages on their breasts, and
Yeah, but it's not, but I don't see. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. I mean, it's not like he went and it's like he put an ad on the internet and he's like, if you post images of your naked boobs and write on it, you get Bitcoin. I mean, just absolutely nothing wrong with it. I mean,
yeah, it's consensual, it's adults. I'm not gonna
I
comment
mean, I
on
don't.
that. It's like a funny fact
That's
about
one
him.
of the things that I like about him. If you ask me, that's one of the best things he did. He put tits out there in the world for free for everyone to see. So I don't. If anything, I don't think we can ever accuse him of anything in that direction. But you know, all other stuff was awful.
Well, for me, as a Romanian, it was funny that he was in a constant race for clicks with Zoso, who is like the biggest blogger in Romania, and he was trying to dunk on him and tell him, you know, maybe you have more views, but I have higher quality readers or whatever. And sometimes he had more readers, and he was just showing off, saying, "Ha, look at me! I had this article and I had more views than you." And he was also very petty with the Bitcoin magazine co-founder Mihai Alicia.
He was petty with everyone. There's not a human being that he didn't have a actual big problem with him and hated them their guts at some point. Not a single person, not one you can name. Maybe the slaves, I don't know, but not even those ones.
I mean, this
Yeah.
was way before Ethereum, like 5 years or whatever before they launched Ethereum, and
Yeah.
they announced Bitcoin Magazine, and he called him a scammer or something, and said, "Well, you didn't deliver all the magazines that you promised and whatever."
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, that was the thing is he really understood from 2007 or something when he had a blog or whatever. He understood how the internet functions and he understood drama, and he was so articulate both in English and Romanian. And he always had a quick whip. He always could say something funny that also actually was relevant. You know, always, always, always. So he was like the internet was made for him. I mean, if he would have like not be so against Twitter and stuff like this, he would have been the most followed person online. I'm telling you. But he didn't want to do
And
that.
this was before Andrew Tate. It was before Dan Bilzerian, who got big on Instagram or whatever. Like, this guy was the real deal and was this macho type of character.
He
Also
wasn't
sort of
much.
gangster.
He was quite. Someone mentioned this to me and you can also see in that video. There's this one video of him talking. He is, weirdly enough, he's quite feminine. Someone that met him in real life also mentioned this to me. He's like, I was surprised because he's feminine in some weird ways, not like super, but like just slightly. He was kind of like that. I think it was. I don't think he was macho necessarily, or that didn't look like that to me. He was just very because Andrew Tate is physically whatever. But he was just dominant. He was just dominant with his mind. That's what he is. His mind and his stinging words and whatever.
But
Yeah.
that's what makes him macho for computer nerds, right? Being able to dominate with nothing but your mind. You don't need to be physically there and be imposing. You
Yeah.
just need to tell someone on the internet something so rude and so outrageous that they're not gonna be able to sleep at night or something.
I mean, I don't know about that. At the end of the day, there's someone making a fucking comment on the internet, so it's not like he was doing that much. But I mean, I just trying to say he understood drama. That is just he just understood and knew how to like manufacture it and whatever. And
Also, he was very good with markets, and I gotta give it
Yeah.
to him. Like, before there was DeFi, before there was all of these commodity markets and derivatives and whatever, BitMEX, he was doing this with stocks and commodities, and he built a platform that was called MPEX. I'm not sure how you're supposed to pronounce it, but that was very much ahead of its time. And he was using tokens on Bitcoin with counterparty for discounts or whatever. It was interesting.
Yeah, that was quite interesting because for the people who the fuck would be familiar with this, everything had to revolve around IRC. That was their whole thing. This whole ecosystem revolved around it, and they built some very interesting, actually quite interesting cypherpunk things. They had PGPs and Web of Trust, and you kind of have to do this stuff. And then they also had like some kind of a judge system. This is kind of not known, but this was there for a small time. Like they had this court of people that do all this stuff with PGP and IRC and whatever. And what Vlad is talking about here is that he built a market where you could trade stuff there on IRC with Bitcoin, and it was automated, and it looked like shit because it was done via IRC and whatever. And you could also list your company and whatever, like Satoshi Dice and all those things were listed there and whatnot, and he owned it. And by the way, probably the thing that he's most known for, this was 2000. This may have been even earlier than 2013 or around that period. The FCC or some kind of government organization sends him a letter saying that this is not okay, this is not above board, and all this other stuff and whatever, right? And he writes this. If you want to pick up his style that I'm talking about, how he was so absolutely incredibly articulate, he tells him to fuck off, but it's almost like you're doing it. He's just making fun of them in just the most obtuse way and obvious way. And he responded, and nothing happened to him, strangely enough. And he was just saying that you have no right on my land, but he was just making fun of them and just so like, I don't know, just very like haha ta tail type of a way, But yeah, interesting character, undeniably interesting.
Yeah, and unfortunately, he's not someone I can talk about with every guest, so that's why I dragged you for 30 more minutes.
That's perfectly
In
fine.
this 4-hour almost interview, because I really wanted to give this guy credit. And
Yeah,
I know
sure.
this is gonna get transcripted and then cut into shorts and whatever. And the AI is gonna judge us for using the word retard. For context, YouTube algorithms, retard in French means late, okay? Je suis en retard. It means I'm late here. And we are using it to signify that the mind is slow, okay? We're not using it as a slur. We're not saying that people have a certain problem or we discriminate them. We're just saying that they have a slower mind and they have not figured out something. Thank you very much, YouTube AI algorithm, for listening to this. I hope you're gonna be able to process the information in the right context.
90s kids, you have to, if you're 90s kids, you have to say retarded. There's just no way.
Oh yeah, I mean, I remember after I played GTA San Andreas that I was saying all the N-word stuff to my friends, and we didn't even know what it means. We're like, homie, what's up? Oh yeah, my N, whatever.
Now, here's the thing. I have a funny story with this. I have a funny story with this thing, by the way. I was like 10 years old, maybe 9. So this was, I don't know, early 2000, maybe I've been even 90s, right? I don't know. It was very, very, very long time ago. And I grew up in a smaller city away from Bucharest for some time. So I never saw any person that was different or anything like that. Nothing. Never saw a black person in my life, right? And we're all these kids there when we're sitting, again, Eastern European, Romanian kids, and we're just sitting there. And dude, I don't know where a black dude walks on the street, right? And of course, everyone just goes like, everyone stops, right? And again, we're not. How can we be racist? We're kids. We don't have anything to do with him, and we just want to talk with this guy. We also knew everyone knew English and everything, and we thought we're gonna go and we're gonna talk to this guy about how we watched American television and all this stuff, right? And a kid goes to him and he goes like, "Yo, what up, my?" Right? And he drops it. And this guy loses his shit, dude. He loses his shit. He gets really, really mad. And he wants to hit he didn't hit anyone or whatever. And we just couldn't put it together. We some of us running, whatever. And he was telling this kid, "You don't understand that." And again, our English wasn't that good to understand, like, high morals and history of slavery and the connotation of the word and whatever, even though we're all probably quite fluent. And then the guy left, and he said he was mad, he yelled, but he said, like, "Don't use this about," and he walks away. And we just couldn't put it together. We could not put it together what happened because it just didn't make any sense to us. And I thought about this a lot of times recently now, and I feel the conclusion here is that America exports its racism because there was no context to be racist. There were no way the kids, especially the kid who, and it wasn't me, by the way, it wasn't me, the kid who walked up to him, but it was no way to have this thing. But America exported the racism. And I feel like, what an interesting thing. So interesting that racism traveled there. It was so interesting because if you really look at it, there was no way the Eastern European kids were going to be racist. Literally, we couldn't believe we saw it was like Michael Jordan or something. I don't know what I've called him the N-word. But it was just like that. That's how crazy we were. Couldn't believe it. I think about it quite often when I hear all this stuff with how American politics and all this stuff goes. But yeah,
Yeah, it's crazy because they do export some of their issues to parts of the world where we don't even know what that is, and we have to
yeah.
post rationalize or try to tailor it to our local culture. But yeah, kids don't know what they're talking about. And if you're an adult and you're angry at kids for saying something,
By the
you
way,
should
we
know
saw it
better.
in movies. We were thinking that is like what you do. It's like you hear some people say in a movie like "Hello," we really just could not put it together. That was just it.
And
So yeah,
also, the 90s in Romania in terms of television were just amazing. Like,
absolutely.
they did not introduce this system where you could only see nudity or violence after 10 p.m. or whatever. So you could see that while having breakfast. It
Yeah,
was,
I mean,
you
it was
had
amazing.
reruns of the late night movie in the
Yes,
morning,
yes,
and you,
yes.
you could basically watch all the violence and all the sex and all the bad stuff that children should not be watching in the morning on TV. And it
Yes.
was just amazing.
Oh, it was amazing. It was, and the cartoons were so fucking cool. And even though they were hardcore, they always had like a story or something like this. It was absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. Peak culture, as far as I'm concerned.
Honestly, there were times in my life when I wished I was born somewhere else, and I said, maybe I'm in the wrong place with the wrong people or whatever. And I'm so happy that I grew up in Romania and I had this experience because it made us more resilient to a lot of stuff. Like, I look at other countries and they're so soft and they get angry so easily and they get triggered and whatever. And in Romania, we know, like we even have a saying which says, well, he said a word, he didn't hit you with a rock or whatever.
Yeah. I had the thing is, I always felt I was so inferior because everything that I liked was through a screen that I'd never had access to it, right? And there's nothing, I mean, we literally have zero things to be prideful of. Everyone came and fucked us and raped our women and took our gold. Um, we're not good at nothing. But I always felt I always feel like I was so annoyed at everything that is cool. I have to see it from a screen or something. And then when I moved on and like travel around and I saw the West and whatever, I just could not believe how above everyone I was because I mean, first of all, literally all the other Western countries are it's strange because the more you go to the East, the more smarter people are, including the Russians and people. I mean, the average person just has way more wealth of knowledge and whatnot. But the other thing is just that you kind of like you just don't buy into bullshit. There's no bullshit in Romania. Maybe change now, but it's just like you have this way of like you always see between the lines. You always find a way. You always go for the thing. You never. You
Also,
know how to take the
communication
road.
is very direct. Like when someone doesn't like you, they don't try to make it sweet or whatever. Like, I
Dude, the
don't
thing is
like
like
you.
when I grew up, everyone that I know would say, "There's a subject. Get to the point." I mean, it was disrespectful. That's how it was where I grew up. Maybe I grew up with fucking savages. Sue me. But I remember it was just very disrespectful to not be direct. That's how it was. It was actually better. And lying. I'm not saying like you shouldn't lie, but just lying for no reason. That was so fucking frowned upon. You know. Um, yeah, I mean, it's just like there was just no bullshit. It was just get to the fucking point. You
That's why
know.
I get along so well with the Polish people and the Czechs. They're real. Like, you can tell that what they say is intentional. And when they tell you something, they mean it. They're not like the Germans who are gonna say that everything is fine until one day when they erupt and you're like, what's wrong with you? And it's like they
They
accumulated
have
all that
trauma.
frustration and then suddenly they
They have that.
unleash.
Yeah, they do that. They tend to do that. They kill, and then when they unleash it, you know, it doesn't go well for the world.
No,
But you
but
know what?
that's when it's over. Like, in their eyes, you're dead, and that's why they do it. Like, they don't care anymore about what you think about them, and that's when they want to end everything. But Eastern Europeans, like, we make fun of everything.
Absolutely.
We don't take anything very seriously. We know that politics is bullshit. Even though I do see, like, too much. So, whatever was happening 10 years ago in the US, I see it coming right now in Romania in terms of politics, which is really messed up. Like, I was thinking that we're smarter. We're really not. We're falling for the same tactics and psyop.
You know what it is? It's like, see, the poverty always kept us honest though. Dude, I remember that I could not name you a single person growing up, even in my adulthood before I left, that would take any politician seriously, any way, shape, or form. If you were to claim anything not to be serious, you are beyond dumb and stupid. And you how could you believe this? But the poverty kept us honest, because if someone would go like, this and this, like, leave me alone. I have problems with my chickens or whatever I have here and whatever. But now, from what I've heard, I haven't been there a long time. I feel like Romania is kind of like it's really up to the European countries, right? Like in terms of like standard of living, and there's multinationals and everyone. Dude, I remember when I was a kid, when I was 7 years, I did not knew someone who had it well. I mean, that's just how it was. That's how life was. So now, but I feel like now almost everyone does well. So now, because they don't have anything to worry about, they try to find problems and stuff like that. I heard people in Romania talking about therapy. Are you fucking retarded? What the fuck are you talking about therapy? Therapy? What the fuck is therapy? Have you lost your goddamn mind? If your grandma heard you have a problem, it's like you hit you over the head and goes like, fucking figure it out. You feel sad, you get out of it and whatever, I don't know. I feel like it's like we in the 90s we got all the cool stuff from the US, and now there's no more cool stuff and now we're getting all their bad bullshit and whatever and stuff like that, and this leftist politics and right politics. Like, what the fuck? That has nothing to do with our country. There's nothing that you can apply that to here. Nothing. It's a completely different universe here. You know what I'm trying to say? It's fucking nuts. But anyway, what do I care?
Yeah,
So
I mean, you don't live in the country anymore, but
yeah.
you seem to care a lot about it.
What annoys the shit out of me is that I refuse to engage with any type of politics. I feel it's beneath my dignity as a human being to get bombarded with politics, and I am annoyed that I can't avoid it. It's like, dude, in Claude, why the fuck am I? That pissed me off so much. Why am I paying you fucking people money to use your service, and your leftist fucking politics are being shown onto me? And it annoys me because I hear it and I know it's very little, but you hear it little by little by little. Like the way they talk, the way they hiss, the way there's this thing to not be whatever. I can't say retarded. And it's like, I know it's somewhat is a joke, but it is very serious because all this left and right, but the left is most annoying because they're more restricted. That's really what it is. It's not like I have a preference for the right or whatever. I give a fuck about it. But they just want you to not be free in any way, shape, or form. Though that kind of died off, well, quite a lot since Trump. But the thing is, like, why this thing that I'm interfacing with and have all my stuff going in, why is this trying to convince me to push me in that direction and talks to me like this? Because I don't want to talk with people like that. And it annoys me that I'm getting bombarded with American politics when what it has nothing to do with my existence. Absolutely annoyed with it. But yeah.
Aren't you concerned that? So I don't want to dox whatever, but on your website you have some photos from London. I don't know if you live in the UK or not, but in the UK
I
right
live
now,
around.
if you post something about politics or whatever and it's nasty, the police is just gonna knock on your door.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know that much about that, and I don't think I think this is the most I've ever talked about politics in my life, just because it was brought. Again, I don't, and because it was in the context of Romania and whatever. But I don't really engage with stuff. So I don't know. I know there were a lot. I heard there were a lot of instances of that happening, but I don't. I mean, they're not walking on the street. It would funny if they would knock my door, right? After I say this, wouldn't that be the most hilarious thing in the world? Um, but I think it's not as bad as people think it is, you know. But it did happen, which is already a big alarm, you know, bell or something like that. So yeah. But I don't know. Sometimes I'm in London, sometimes I'm in other places. So you know.
Yeah, I'm not very interested in that. I was just curious how you're dealing with a government that's very Orwellian in the country where George Orwell was born.
Yeah, I don't know. Again, I just don't. Again, I don't live. There's in that in the last Wes Anderson movie, the Raja Korda character, which I fucking love. Um, he says he tells some people, get your passports ready, and they go like, well, why don't you get your passport ready? He goes like, most people want the decency of human rights. I don't want to be a human. I don't want human decency. I don't want your rights. It's like I don't live. I mean, I kind of just live here physically, but I don't exist in this society. I don't have anything to do with it. I don't interact with it. I just sit in a room and I film things. That's all I do. That's my existence.
That's amazing. We have been going on for 4 hours, more than 700 views on live stream. What should we say in closing, Alex?
Um,
What's a message that is worth saying after 4 hours to the world?
I mean, you know what the thing is that I just remember when I came into this Bitcoin thing and I met all those people, I was just so absolutely impressed with everyone. They had so much pathos, maybe I don't know if that's an English word. They really just
It's a
liked
Greek word,
everything.
but I understand.
Yeah, you know, it's pathos in Romanian, but it just cared so much about things, and everyone had a reason to be here, you know, an actual reason, and everyone was smart and hardcore and motivated, and they just really believed in this and had a good reason to be in it. And I remember it's like every single person I would meet, I was just so like mind blown. I was like, oh my God, how much I want to be like those people and be with them and whatever. And it was so much. Granted, I was a moron back then, so I was easier to impress. But like, it was just so cool. It was just all this like stuff that people claim the Bitcoin community is right now. It actually was, you know. And I just love the fact there was this something in the air where everyone was trying to fucking change the world, man. Everyone. Some were right, some were wrong, but God fucking damn it, they were trying, you know. And it was just really because they just believed in something truly with all their heart, you know, and they kind of came to their conclusion their own. And I'm just not seeing any of that. I'm just not seeing any of it. Really, it's almost not. There are patches here and there. Start to claim it's zero, but it's not as potent. But the point, it's not how the expectation was. You come here and you contribute to this thing in some way and you do something great, you know. Not you have to like write code or something, almost no one did it, but like you were trying to really make this and push it forward and push it in the world because you believed in it and it was amazing. And I just think that's not here anymore. And it's like everything is so much better than it was before. People take us seriously right now. All the tools, everything works. A lot of things work. Everything is so great, you know. And I just feel like everyone got scammed into this easy way of like just stacking sats and just not doing nothing and not trying to do something great, you know. And I think that's such a bad thing to go because you have the biggest opportunity probably in one of the biggest opportunities in human existence to take this bull, ride it, and do something great and spectacular and really change the world and make humanity better. And all you're doing and you're worrying about is just stacking some sets, and then what? I just really I want people, like, if they feel about something and they feel like something is important and whatever, just fucking put your life into it. It doesn't matter. If you do it right and do it great, you'll get as many Bitcoins as you have and whatever. And I just feel like the only way this thing is gonna like make any sense to people and it's gonna go and really change the world is for individual people who care so much about it and feel so passionate about it, you know? And I just wish people would just truly follow their passion, not say, because all that happens right now is everyone has to pontificate how they follow their passion. But they don't. They obviously don't, because there's nothing that you see. It just makes you turn your head and be like, what the hell was that? So I just want to say that there was this time where, you know, people like Hal and Dustin took fucking risks and they just really, really followed something. And God damn it, look what that did, man. Look what a fucking crazy impact that had and how many people were affected by this thing. And I'm just trying to say, stop being a fucking moron. Be like fucking Hal and Dustin. Take big risks. Take life by the fucking ball and just do something fucking crazy with Bitcoin that was never done before. That's what I would want to say.
That's a perfect ending. I'm not sure if I have anything else to add to that, except that go to firstbitcoinminer.com, and that's one STBITCOINMIONER.com, and check out Alex's work, both in film and in writing. All the text is put in such a way that you can use LLMs to search for specific parameters or events or keywords or whatever it is that you're interested in. And I think it's one of the most remarkable works in terms of understanding the history of Bitcoin, and especially the first, I will approximate to 200 blocks, but you narrowed it down to 100, how much was it?
70.
170 blocks, which today is not a big deal. Today you have 144 blocks every day, but back then it took a much longer time for this to get mined, and the network got halted a few times, and we already said this, so you know. Thank you very much for listening. Thanks to the sponsors for making this happen. Alex, I still need to send you 0.1 Zcash, so you're gonna have to install Cake Wallet.
Thank you for having me on, by the way. I'm very happy with this conversation, man.
And follow raw_avocado on Twitter for more content from him.
Peace out.